And we are live and alive here for GOAT Format Championship number 14. Welcome, everybody. My name is Maskus. Today we have, let's take a look here. I believe we have 105 players here for GOAT Format Championship 14. Same as always, free to enter, free to play in. Winner will receive, actually, top 4 of this double elimination tournament will receive an invite to the World Championships of GOAT Format to be held later this year in October. And the winner of this tournament will receive $105 US cash into their bank account. So we're starting out here. This is the first round, of course. Cloud 00 versus Spirey 27. I already know what Spirey's on, which is why I wanted to feature them first to see if they can pull it off here. Was reading earlier in the day that they were a bit nervous going into the tournament, but don't know if this is their first GOAT Format Championship event or not. Let me make sure everybody knows that the coverage is live. Or not. Let me make sure everybody knows that the coverage is live. What happened there? All right. All right, let's get into this here. So starting off with pretty passive play from both players here. Looks like Spirey's just trying to cycle through a lot of cards. We had Graceful Charity discarding Giant Trunade and Level Limit. Now Cloud is attempting to use Snatch Steal. Snatch Steal does resolve, and now they're going to, after the Snatch Steal resolves, use Book of Moon to take that Dingo that they just stole, flip it up to get a card back. Second Nobleman of Crossout coming out for Cloud here. Going to take care of this face down, which is the second Dust Lakuta. And now Gravity Bind to prevent an attack from Cloud here. Set card on Cloud's side. So Spirey's doesn't have any monsters here. But that's okay. They're looking to possibly stall the game out as much as possible until they find their win condition. The Lakutas help with that because their flip effect, they're not technically a flip effect. It's a flip summon effect. Has to specifically be flip summon in order to get it, but because you can flip it back down with its first effect, you're able to get a lot of advantage out of Lakuta if you can protect it. Now, 2 of them are gone. So Cloud doesn't have to worry about multiple Lakutas, but there's still one in Spirey's deck, and both Noblemans are gone as well. To Koichi on Spirey's side, after just a set, after flip-flopping the deco here on Cloud, followed up by another Upstart Goblin. I guess it's Spire, right? Yeah, Spire, not Spirey. Trouble pronouncing names here in 2021 still. Thank you so much for the follow. And here we go. Giant Trude now coming out for Spirey. Going to use a Chain of Ring of Destruction on this deco to take care of it. Spirey's going to set a bunch of cards here. I keep saying Spirey, it's Spire, isn't it? Spire set 5 in the back row, set 1 in the front, passing back. Get me. And flipping Magician of Faith back up. Gonna get that Solemn Judgment, activate it again. Or sorry, Heavy Storm, activate Heavy Storm again. This time, will it resolve? Here's a Threatening Roar. Getting rid of a wall, a Gravity Bind. We knew the Gravity Bind was there. And last turn, there it was. Interesting that they decided to use the Trunade and then do the combo this way. So that sort of tells you that this isn't Jalgan face down. Or they would have just did it during the main phase, right? I guess they couldn't really because of the Heavy Storm. Well, actually, they could have done it in a way where they do Wall, then use last turn after the Resolution of Fate, because they're going to Solemn and then Heavy that way. Like, they're going to Solemn the Heavy regardless. So they may just not have it. Yeah, it was Morphing Jar. That makes a lot more sense then. This is okay because last turn's actually semi-limited, so you can play 2 of this card. You can play 3 of everything else in your combo as well. So you're not dead in the water. Yeah, very funny that they chose to use the Jinzo card sleeve, yet their deck involves 2 trap cards as like their main source of the combo. Card destruction, follow up after this. Looks like it was Trunade to reset everything, and now card destruction to get these cards out of the deck. Or out of the hand. Draw some new cards. And now there's Shogun. So we're almost done with this combo here. Spirey can if they assembled the pieces, they've got 8 cards left in the deck. If they're just gonna summon Shogun face up, you got to think that they have it. So combination of Morphing Jar, Giant Tuner to get rid of some dead cards here, and then the card destruction may have been exactly what Spire needed in order to assemble their combo. Actually drawing 7 cards here. Now, 2 Book of Moons have been gone. There are outs for Cloud here. Depends on how Spire conducts the turn. So activating Pot of Greed, you should have just chained everything, I think. Well, no, you can't. You shouldn't do that because they're going to get cards off of the Pot of Greed after it resolves. Last turn's a very interesting combo deck to be playing. They may just wait until the end phase. This is also an opportunity to do it. Well, they're going to activate the wall, and they're going to chain the last turn. Okay, so Cloud does have a chance to respond, and it looks like they do not respond here. So we're going to get to see everything go away. And that's the game 1 here. So the way that this interaction works, everyone, for those who are not familiar with how last turn works, this card can only be activated during your opponent's turn when your life is 1,000 or less. You select a monster on your side of the field and then send everything else on the field and in the hand for both players to the graveyard. That's the only thing that last turn does upon resolution. Once it resolves, the effect of the card goes through in that your opponent finds a monster from their deck, special summons it, a special battle phase happens, those monsters fight, no battle damage is done, and whoever's monster survives. At the end of the turn, whoever's monster is on the field wins that duel. So the way that this interaction works with Shogun the Spiritualist is because Shogun has a continuous effect that says neither player can special summon. Well, your opponent cannot special summon anything from the not resolving the last turn, but conducting the rest of last turn's effect. So what happened there is that Spire was able to use the Wall of Revealing Light, chaining it to the Delinquent Duo, then chained last turn, targeting their Shogun the Spiritualist. And because Cloud didn't have a response to any of this, everything resolved, and then after everything resolves, Last Will's effect goes into... Or not Last Will, Last Turn's effect goes into play. So it's a very fun alt-win deck to watch go off, I think. It's one of the most interactive alt-win decks in the format as well. But there's a reason why why it's banned in modern format. Well, so this Spider Tech's a little bit interesting because it's playing like a Pac-Man style of engine. Pac-Man is actually an acronym. I honestly forget what the P stands for, but it's something and camels munches all noobs is the acronym for Pac-Man. And it's just the style of deck that plays those flip monsters. I think it's plagues and camels because like it's the swarm of scarab, swarm of locusts, which are plagues. But yeah, it's those two. So yeah, plagues and camels munches all noobs. I may be wrong on the P part of it. But yeah, it's an acronym for Pac-Man. This is not a Pac-Man deck. It just is using the camel engine. Just because it makes sense for Spire here. Their way of running the last turn deck is that they're going to just slow the game down with gravity binds and using wall as pure advantage. That's definitely what it is. Yeah, because those flip summon monsters retain you a lot of advantage if they're allowed to resolve. Makes more sense. I knew it was wrong, but Plagues does kind of work. You could just play the swarm cards, I guess, to deal with your opponent's stuff, but it doesn't really matter if you're trying to find last turn. Everyone is yelling at me for getting it wrong. I said I was wrong. I said I wasn't sure. It's almost like I don't even play this game. Prohibition's on Heavy Storm. Gonna set a bunch of cards here on Spire's side. Not looking too great as far as life points, but that doesn't really matter too much for the last turn deck. As long as they're under 1,000, they become a threat with last turn plus Shogun. They don't need the wall. The wall just kind of helps them stall out while also being a combo piece that lets them get to under 1,000 very easily. There's a gravity bind though. That'll make sure that they don't die to anything like Ring of Destruction on this breaker after an attack goes through. Spire used Reckless Greed earlier, so they're not drawing into any more cards, unfortunately. This Sinister Serpent's going to be able to get underneath the Gravity Bind. If it pokes in for enough damage, we may be able to see a Ring of Destruction on the breaker anyway. Sinister Beatdown. There's Dark Mimic from Cloud's side, so more cards being added to Cloud's hand. I'm going to poke in for 400 here. It's getting really scary for Spire. They need to draw a card here that can prevent damage from coming through. Any monster kind of would do it. Even if it's just a camel, these little guys can't run over a camel. Doesn't look like it's anything. So those 2 turns of Reckless kind of biting Spire in the butt. Cloud just has a lot more cards, and even though that Heavy Storm is banned due to Prohibition, doesn't seem to matter too much. So now here's another poke in for 400, and there's the Ring of Destruction like I was talking about. Targeting Breaker. Solemn Judgment, though. Gonna take care of it. It's gonna be 650. But Solemn, you're Solemn. And you're gonna be dead. So I think that Reckless there kind of costs Spire the game. Not being able to draw for those 2 turns was definitely important. So moving on to game 3 here. Just a T-set from Spire, met with a 3 in the back for Cloud and then 1 in the front. Upstart Goblin's going to go and cycle for a card on Spire's side. And no flip here for Spire. No more sets as well. Dekoichi coming out, going to find Cloud an extra card. Probably going to try to attack into this face down. Maybe Cloud has a Nobleman or something. Instead, we're going to tribute for Mobius after setting 2 cards. Threatening Roar, though. It's going to be Mobius's pickup, and that's going to get chained. So no battle phase here for Cloud. Spire's just going to respond with a set monster and then 2 more back row. I'm interested to see what that first set card is. If they didn't want to flip it up, it could be something like Sangan, maybe? Metamorphosis on the Mobius. Very strong play here. This turns off normal traps for Spire 27 side. And last turn happens to be a normal trap. Spire's going to be thinking here. They might have to Solemn Judgment this. Yeah, they're going to try. Solemn Judgment, the activation of Metamorph. Yes, correct. It's just the Metamorph that's negated. And now we're going to go into battle phase, and it was DD Warrior Lady. So that makes sense as to why that wasn't ever flipped. And do you want to banish it? The Cloud actually gets to use it first. Spire may be opting not to banish it. It doesn't look like it. So both of them are going to have a DD Warrior Lady on the board. Giant Trunade coming out for Spire's side. Going to be met with Solemn Judgment. You had to think that there was a Solemn Judgment there, especially on the first turn. When they're going to set 3 like that. See if they have another Giant Trunade. MST. Going to hit Goats. No chain. Makes sense. You don't want to Goat Lock yourself. Also, Shogun could just deal with the Goats. And there's the jar. See if this resolves. Looks like it's going to. Discarding Sangan and Prohibition. Interesting. If they had Prohibition, what they could have done is that they could have just played Prohibition, said Solemn Judgment, and then used the Giant Trunade to pick all their cards back up. And then flip up the Morphing Jar, discard their opponent's hand. That would have been one way to deal with the back rows. That opens up interaction into things like Dust Tornado on the Prohibition, but you're going to be losing the Prohibition anyway if you're not setting it. Plus your goal, if like you Trunade it, you can pick it back up and then say something like Heavy Storm to protect your back rows. So now Snatch Steel's going to come out and try to take the opposing DD Warrior Lady. Graceful Charity after Snatch Steal resolves. Thinking on discard, it looks like. Oh no, we discarded the Mimic and Sangan. Pot of Greed now. Pretty good for Cloud 0-0 side. Book of Moon now. Targeting the Snatch Stolen DD Warrior Lady. So Liquid Duo is the follow-up, so getting Trinity'd. hitting Spirit Reaper and Giant Trunade. Spirit Reaper's a good one, but in the face of a DD Warrior Lady, you weren't really enthused about setting it. Now they're going to elect to flip up the Heavy Storm. Chain Ring of Destruction after no chains from Spire here, targeting the Morphing Jar. Dipping their life a little bit low, but they're getting rid of all of Spire's cards. DD Warrior Lady is going to be able to deal with whatever this face down is, if it's something that can block. But no follow-up monster here, so no game shot in range. It's just this Lakuta. You could just keep it on the board here. You don't need to banish your DD Warrior Lady. And now attacking in for 15 with the second Warrior Lady. Dropping Spire down to 1800. It's very tricky for this deck to play on low cards. They already used Morphing Jar to try to get cards back. And now that's just the game. Dust Tornado on this face down. It's going to clean it up for Cloud here. But it was nice that we did get to see the last turn combo resolve in that first game. I think that Spire could have played a little bit better in this third game here, especially with that Prohibition play. But both of them put on a fun show. So let's take a look at the bracket here and try to find a match for us to hop into. Make sure this is on the right section. Let's take a look at Dingo Sig versus Left Arm Suffering. So it's 0-0 here. Still, this is actually round 2 on the winner side. Update that. Starting off with double Rhoda, and then summoning Toon Goblin Attack Force from Left Arm Suffering. Might be a skill drain, beat down kind of deck. But Dingo Sig responding here with just double set in the back and a face down monster. We're going to go to battle here.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, Scully. You did not scare me. Scully, can you say something again real quick?
Yep, I'm still here.
Okay, I was just making sure I was picking up the audio.
So skill drain, gonna drop. That is not an answer to Shining Angel, but it would make the DD Warrior Lady that I could summon useless.
Snatch Steal's a good one. I want to know what they searched off of this, the first or the second Rhoda. Because they used 2 Rhodas here. Maybe they got 2 Goblins? Both of those attacks going through is pretty surprising.
Getting the Toon Goblin is interesting, because when you see the Toon Goblin and you're not rotating for a regular Goblin attack force, does that mean you're only playing Toon Goblins and not any regular Goblin attack force?
I mean, I would have to think that you are playing regular Goblin attack force, but maybe they just like the art on Toon Goblin attack force better.
But then you'd probably want to save your Toon Goblins for Toon Table.
Right, yeah. If they're playing Toon Table, maybe they don't have Toon Table. I guess it's a tell.
Yeah, you really don't want to run into recruiters. So there's the Toon Table. You really don't want to run into recruiters when you're playing these kind of decks.
Yeah, especially... Yeah, it's just because Skill Drain just doesn't interact with them at all. Yeah, the Toon Tables, cycle them all out. Go get your Toon Goblin attack force. Gonna attack the face down. Wow, okay. Chain another Skill Drain, though, to the Dust Tornado. Ooh, but Solemn on the Skill Drain. Does that not work? Wait. I don't think Toon Goblin can attack afterwards. Right?
Sorry, I'm doing bracket.
So if Skill Drain leaves the field when Toon Goblin declares an attack, can it not, like, does the attack still happen?
That's a good question for TK. Was it already on the field for a turn, or was it summoned this turn?
It was summoned, and then they attempted to attack.
I don't think it'd be able to attack, but I'm not positive.
Did not seem to matter in the end. Okay, that's what that was. Alright, let's try this. Sorry, I'm trying to get that music that you sent me, and it was just like playing something weird. There we go. So yeah, TK says that that's what should have happened, is that when the skill drain leaves the field, it can no longer attack anymore, so the attack would just have stopped. Just like if you flip Gravity Bind when they declare an attack with like a level 4, right?
That makes sense.
To be fair, in that game state, I don't think that it would have mattered too much. Like, it might have, because the game could have just been like over a turn earlier, but left arm suffering was like down so much in terms of life that I don't think they were making a comeback regardless if that Dingo was staying on the field or not. So Graceful Charity coming out here. Gonna discard Dust Tornado. What else will we see from Left Arm Suffering? And final attack order. So far on stream today, I've seen two pretty uncommonly played decks going up against more commonly played decks. Trap Dust Shoot's gonna be the flip up here for Left Arm Suffering. Gonna take a look at Dingo's hand. Hopefully they'll write it down for stream. Oh, they're gonna get the banish after all. Thank the Lord. Alright, so we got Dekoichi, Delinquent Duo, Tribe Infecting Virus, Xing Zhang Hu, Chaos Sorcerer, and Dust Tornado. I think the take back here
Kochi.
is Dekoichi, yeah.
You gotta hope that your deck's gonna be able to attack over a tribe. You built it to do that.
That's what you built it for. I guess you could take the Tribe, because they might just duo you here anyway. If you have the skill drain, it doesn't matter because you're just gonna flip it on the Dekoichi, and you may just lose to the Dust Tornado though. Yeah, the Dust Tornado makes it more awkward. If they didn't have that, I might think about just getting rid of the Tribe, depending on what I had in my hand. But yeah, Dingo's gonna be the putback.
Ding Zang doesn't seem like the best choice to be using against continuous trap cards.
Yeah, they always can just chain it, so I don't know.
Putting the Dekoichi back also cuts off a dark right now too.
Yeah, that's big. Maybe Dingo like relies on trap cards. That or they just were expecting warriors and didn't want to put in Decree, right? Because they're a recruiter. They want to have access to their Sakurasu armors, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine to have it in your side deck, I just don't know how useful it'll be.
Is good. Yeah, the Dust Tornado seems much better, but probably those are main decked. Yeah, Duo's gonna trade the 1-for-1, and then we're just gonna swing in with Tribe Infecting Virus. So, will Left Arm find an answer? They have two table of contents and cycle through their deck. Well, instead of cycling through, they're electing to just go grab the Toon Goblin Attack Force. And they can summon it, but they can't attack right now. They'd have to flip the skill drain up. They know that their opponent has the Dust Tornado, so this is going to prompt it.
Yeah, I definitely gotta wait here, because the other thing Dingo could do as well is, yeah, chain this first.
Yeah, see if there's a response, because this baits out the Solemn, right?
Right.
Ooh, I think that was a misstep. Exactly, that's exactly why. They should have just waited to the resolution of all that.
I don't think it would have made a difference, though. Oh yeah, because this was the one that they targeted.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So now this that card just doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it's just stuck there with no targets. And what's Dingo's last card? Chaos Sorcerer?
Yeah. So this Toon Goblin's gonna be able to just smack around those lizards.
Well, the Tribe Infected Virus is actually the cat in the background.
It's actually the thing in the background.
No, it's the cat.
No, in the video game, when you summon it, it's like the little squirrel in the background.
Is it really?
Yeah, the cat is just like what's infecting the lizards. But then it's weird, like on the forbidden art, like Tour Guide to the Underworld and like that whole arc in the artwork.
Yep.
For like Sangan when he goes on the wrong bus, when he sits next to the tribe lizards. So I don't know, like I guess they got the virus and they were just like, you guys got to go to the Forbidden Realm. Those poor guys. Why Jar agreed over Legacy of Yada? Because Legacy of Yada doesn't exist in GOAT format.
Yeah, or you definitely use it.
Yeah, that'd be much better. So Dingo just drew MST for turn, MST the skill drain. Now Upstart Goblin found left arm a new card. At least they're saving themselves some life here. Because this Toon Goblin can't switch back to attack until the next turn. But Toon Table's going to cycle, and we're going to find a second copy of Toon Goblin Attack Force. They do look like little jerks, these little Toon Goblins. Just little gremlins smashing your face for 2300 attack.
With that little tee face on.
Yeah, like they're so innocent. Now there's the regular goblin attack force. A lot more menacing than the Toon Goblins. Here comes the Sakuretsu armor for the regular goblin attack force.
How did goblins get helmets made of gold?
Maybe they're copper?
Copper? Yeah, they must be.
They definitely look gold, but some rich goblins maybe. Now there's a man who's definitely wearing some gold. Breaker the Magical Warrior. Will we see the counter effect resolve? Dingo's sitting at 400. We know that Dingo's just holding a Chaos Sorcerer in the hand. This Breaker, ooh, it's gonna get Solemn Judgmented. So those Toon Goblins can't attack this turn. They're just gonna be stuck in defense. So left arm thinking here, they probably didn't get a monster at all. That or they're just considering what could my opponent have that would prevent them from prevent me from winning here. Instead they're gonna elect to duo. I mean I guess.
You might as well. They could draw like a Thunder Dragon or just even a angel that you want, a Sakuretsu or something. Although you do lose to ring now, or at least draw.
Yeah. That's what I was considering, more just not putting your life in a weird range. There's Gravekeeper Spy. That does have attack points. It can clear a defense mode goblin. I mean, this is interesting because Dingo's basically like, yeah, I'm going to try to clear a goblin here. You have to answer my back row. They're basically telling them that this back row is something that is going to keep them in the game.
Game really coming down to that misplay by Dingo of doing the Dust Tornado and the Zing Zang in the same chain link.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some Dingo games where he's had the right idea, but then has messed up technical. Like he just did, like, he either chained it wrong or just did the sequencing wrong or something like that, and it's cost him. And I mean, he does have his invite. It's not like he's a weak player or anything. It's just minor mistakes like that. Yeah, there's the Book of Moon. But Compulse chaining the Book of Moon. Get that spy out of here. I'm just going to attack your face now. We're going into game 3. So will the Goblin Army get it done here, or will Dingo's recruiters bounce back? Yeah, the Dust Shoot for left arm was pretty good. And then I think he played left arm played as well as he could into the Zing Zang and the Dust Tornado, but it was on Dingo to just not get that done, not do the chains correctly.
Right.
But hey, had a game to give, can adapt, can come back still. They are going to go first, so we'll see. We've been blessed with the deck list, thank the Lord. T-set by Dingo going into this game 3. Tune table now coming out for left arm. Now here comes Zing Zang, going to target 2 back rows. Those 2 now cannot be used as long as Zing Zang's on the field. A mini decree in a way. What's cool is that this can also hit spell cards, so if they do happen to set spells, you can just lock them down that way. Wow. So, attacking in with Toon Goblin, gonna flip up the skill drain. Dingo's gonna chain Dust Tornado like he had last game to the skill drain, but Fake Trap was the other trap that was activatable from Left Arm Suffering's.
Yeah, so like before I said Zingzu might not be great for this, I actually kind of changed my mind on that, where it can be really good because since they are playing fake traps, if you could hit the fake traps with it, but that's a lot of chance put into it, and you have to just do it perfectly, like how it didn't work out the first game.
Yeah, you have to draw multiple to like lock them down.
So yeah, I think I would bring them in, but they're still not like an optimal card, but I could see why you would bring them in.
I think it's definitely better to have Decree, but if you don't have Decree and you have this, it's like you still just put it in because it's something to do. Now this is good because this is going to get rid of everything they can't chain. It's just in Compulse. Now these Toon Goblins are just kind of out here.
Yeah, now left arm's in a vulnerable spot.
Yeah, can't really attack. There's nothing that can do like a quick play speed. negate your effect. There's not like Forbidden Chalice in this format. Dingo gonna get to draw the card here with a Dekoichi. I believe they just set that one. It might be... No, I think they didn't actually set that one. It was set previously. Just elected not to flip it up until now. And just another monster here from Dingo. Even for left arm, with these Toon Goblins, you could just attack the Dingo, but now those face downs can just take care of the Goblins. And it's tricky because you know you're facing Recruiter, so if you do attack the face downs...
I think it's going to take Dingo a little while. Like, I think Dingo has to get to a Chaos Monster to get these Goblins off the board. But that was not that's what Left Arm's afraid of. Hitting Angel with the Exiled right here.
I think that Exile wasn't very good. I would have saved my Exile for the Chaos Monster. Yeah, now they're just setting it up. Gravekeeper Spy gonna come out here. So, I'm running 3 spies. Koichi Shining Angel. So now Chaos is live. A BLS would be brutal. Blade Knight's pretty good though, but no follow-ups here for anything in the back row. Goblin Attack Force can come down. No attacks. I like it actually. Just throw it out there.
Dingo's starting to run away with it though.
Yeah, it just has way more cards. Was able to trade favorably into the Goblins. Heavy Storm helped out a lot too.
Yeah, if Left Arm could get a final attack order or a skill drain even better going, they could potentially hold out, but it's going to be hard.
Well, here's the Chaos Monster, just going to throw it out there. Eats a Solemn Judgment, down to 35. Now, like, book a Moon plus a monster with 1500, and then, like, set a card to make that Blade Knight 2000. Could do it. The question is does Dingo play anything that has more than 1500? I guess another Blade Knight. Well, there's 1500 on the DD Warrior Lady. No Book of Moon though. Just gonna trade it in and drop Left Arm Suffering down to 700. Ring of Destruction can now be lethal. But no back row still from Dingo Sig. Left Arm Suffering, drawing to 2 cards. Gonna summon a second Goblin Attack Force and set another card into the back row. There's Tribe Infecting Virus. This can clean up the board. Discard a Shining Angel, say Warriors, both Blade Knight and the Goblin attack force will be destroyed. And Dingo not realizing that. So he switched the Gravekeepers, and now it's just attacking into... Oh, it's just Rhoda, though. Still, a little bit of shaky there. And Dingo 6 is going to move on off of the back of Tribe-Infecting Virus. Still in winner's side here. Let's take a look at the bracket. Decide where we want to go to next. But we take a look at one of the favorites going into the tournament, Olefia. Going up against Og Lokhami. Still game 1 here. Thunder Dragon from OG's side. Night Assailant as well. Pot of Greed and DD Assailant from Olefia. Ooh, card destruction coming out from OG. We didn't get to see what Olefia's on. Olefia always brings these quirky decks and does well with them. So we see Gigantes, Mystical Tomato, Abyss Soldier, Nudoria, Sangan. There's a whole lot of cards here. Card Destruction, discarding BLS, Book of Moon, a couple Thunder Dragons, Tsukiyomi. Followed up with Graceful Charity, discarding Night Assailant and Sinister Serpent. Night Assailant triggers, recycles the other Night Assailants in the graveyard. It's Chaos Turbo for OG's side. MST is going to take care of a Sakuretsu Armor, leaving a little Sangan here. Thunder Dragon of Alefia's own. Discarding 2 Thunder Dragons after, so Thunder Dragon search them, and now Grace of Charity. Discarding 2, and there's the Monkey Man himself, Berserk Gorilla. Attacking over Sangan, no fear. With BLS gone, not a lot Chaos Turbo can do to ultimately threat the whole game, unless they have something like Monster Reincarnation for it. Chaos Sorcerer is going to be the goal now, to stick a Chaos Sorcerer on the board and just hope it survives. Try to run away with it that way through card advantage and poking in with it when you can. But BLS is a key card in the Chaos Turbo deck, clearly, because it just has that OTK potential. Can take over the game itself as well, being able to banish anything. Snatch, steal. Gonna bribe that monkey. It's not really a bribe, just taking his money. So Gorilla pokes in. That's not really a poke, that's a fist to your face. 2,000. We're gonna gain 1,000 of that back. Geki Break targeting the face down was the Night Assailant. Heavy Storm now. And Bazoo, the Soul Eater. Gonna eat some food here. Abyss Soldier, Zaborg.
Like 4,500 and Defusion potentially making a game right here.
I believe Defusion will just kill his opponent. Well, alright. How does this man do it?
And this is round 2, you said?
Yeah, this is still winner's side round 2. Some people have gone up to round 3, but not a whole lot. So OG is going to start off with Upstart Goblin into Thunder Dragon. Graceful Charity going to cycle through these Thunder Dragons. Strong start from OG. That card destruction was actually, in retrospect, pretty crazy for Olefia, because he just got a bunch of food in the graveyard for his Bazoo.
Yeah, that grave was loaded.
Now, Dust Shoot's going to come out from OG's side. This may be devastating. Putting back Thunder Dragon. Interesting choice. We don't really know the rest of the hand here, so not much to go off of if that was the correct decision or not. Heavy Storm, though, is a pretty good one. That is so sweet. I love holding the Dust Shoot.
Really good to hold it when you have 2.
Yeah. That makes sense then why you
and
put
you
the...
see a heavy.
That would make sense then why you put the Thunder Dragon back if you just had another one, so you could be like, alright, I'll get rid of the other thing. Maybe the only 2 cards in his hand that were able to be put back are Thunder Dragon and Sinister, but no, there's a Berserk Gorilla. And OG responding to the Heavy Storm by just setting 4 cards.
And Berserk will have to attack.
Berserk does have to attack. That is a continuous effect of Berserk Gorilla. But his friend Newdoria is going to hang out with him. Maybe they won't stay on the board for long. There could be a torrential tribute in the future here. Just as they say it.
I'm surprised Olefia didn't attack first. Because there is potential for Torrential or Mirror Force there.
The torrential,
and you're pretty low on cards.
The torrential potential was very high. Mystical Tomato. Getting that with Sakuretsu armor. I don't know, maybe it was okay then to summon the Newdoria, and if they're going to use Torrential on Newdoria and Gorilla, you're not that mad.
But why not get a 2000 attack in first?
Well, they had Sakuretsu armor, so they were going to use Sakuretsu armor.
Yeah, but then you could have summoned the Newdoria, and they would have had to 1-for-1 it.
True. Yeah, probably would have been better just to attack. Dimension Fusion's really odd in this matchup because, you know, they banished up 2 from their graveyard.
I think that's partially why he has Newdoria package in here too. Because that way a tomato alone at least make them put stuff in defense if it's banished.
It does make a lot of Chaos Sorcerers a bit worse because they can't use the ability as strongly to like banish something forever. So Dimension Fusion could just bring it back.
So that Bazoo got through for 2,500. Probably gonna grab an Assailant or a Warrior Lady now.
What if he grabs Donzaluk?
I doubt he runs it.
I doubt we're gonna see him, but yeah, DD Warrior Lady makes more sense. Better stat line. Decides to use Sakuretsu armor on the Warrior Lady. Gotcha. And OG's just going to set a monster and pass it back. Olefia on less cards, but significant life advantage. Exiled Force. Is there just a card that he doesn't play? Like, it seems like he just has every single card. Just name a good card, and it's in Alefia's deck.
Donzaluk.
Yeah, it's there. Just decided not to grab it. Blackluster Soldier, though, coming down for OG. If Olefia doesn't find an answer to this soon, could just take over the game. And you sit in front of this, knowing that they have a Tsukiyomi in the hand is a little awkward. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, now Ring of Destruction targeting the BLS. Get him dead. So yeah, that BLS did exactly what it needed to do. Take over the game and clean it up there in the end for OG. Alright, so Olefia's going to start off this game 3 here with Graceful Charity, this card Goblin Attack Force. Because why not? Why wouldn't you play this card? Come on. So every card in Olefia's deck just is picking the ones that he wants. From out of thin air. And Zaborg the Thunder Monarch. Reinforcements of the army's gonna go find a, I guess GD Warrior Lady like you did before. Just throw that out there. Have it be annoying. So, OG's gonna respond with a Graceful Charity of his own.
Goblin Attack Force, like, being in the meta now is so crazy.
It's very, very funny. I enjoy it a lot. Getting rid of Heavy Storm and Book of Moon. I mean, that kind of makes sense why you get rid of Heavy Storm, because, like, you've been playing this deck for 2 matches now, or 2 games now, and Olefia's only set like 1 time.
Yeah, it's understandable.
It's Trap Dust Shoot coming out again here. Elects to take Breaker the Magical Warrior, throwing that card back into the deck. Now Left's got to think here. I want to see something crazy. Berserk Gorilla's not that crazy. I think all of our matches so far today that we've streamed have gone to Game 3, which is nice to see. DD Warrior Lady gonna swing into this face down. It's gonna be met with Sakuretsu Armor. So that means it's Sangan? Or Dekoichi? I'm gonna get to draw a card here. I guess that makes some sense that you would get rid of the DD Warrior Lady with Sakuretsu Armor instead of Berserk Gorilla. It's harder to deal with, especially when you have the Tsukiyomi in hand, right? Yeah, just set that monkey, put it to bed. Hit over it. That poor guy. Just wants to.
That is probably an even bigger weakness of Berserk Gorilla than the must attack or switch to defense is the 1000 defense.
Yeah, there's just everything beats over it if it goes face down, you know? I mean, Goblin Attack Force has that same problem. So does Zambira, but the cool thing about Zambira is that you can reset its stats. Premature Burial. Gonna target DD Warrior Lady. I guess it's fine because you know the Tsukiyomi in the hand. Doubtful that OG kept in Nobleman across out here. The DD Warrior Lady is gonna sneak in 15 points of damage. Olefia's just gonna pass. OG knows most of the hand for Aleph. We do not, because they did not write it down in the chat for us, nor was the hand banished. But a breaker was put back. So it's fine with dealing with the Berserk Gorilla. There's a time seal from OG. So Olefia's not going to be able to draw. What is happening this tournament? People are playing wild stuff. Exiled Force gonna come down. I bet that was the draw for Olefia last turn. Gonna get rid of this Magician of Faith. DD Warrior Lady's gonna attack in. That was a great pickup by the Exiled Force. And nothing to deal with it from OG's side. So the Time Seal, yeah, it set back a draw. But we're still in the same position as before. Now you're just at 15 less life points. But Tsukiyomi in the hand's not going to be doing much. Can set it across from the DD Warrior Lady. Is there a dark in OG's graveyard? We do know there's a light. There is the dark with Dekoichi, so Chaos is online. Could do something like a Chaos Sorcerer. Well, we're just going to see a set card from OG's side, a set monster. Thunder Dragon off the top. Well, I've already used the Graceful Charity, so not going to be able to cycle. There's Tribute to the Doomed. I know the Delinquent Brothers love this card. I mean, why not? Just as powerful as Nobleman in some spots. Gets rid of the face down. Gets rid of any card, really. Any monster, that is. Tried to attack in, though, and MST was going to take care of Premature Burial, so DD Warrior Lady goes away. 3 cards in the hand for Aleph. We know one is Thunder Dragon. We don't know the other ones. OG May. 3 cards in OG's hand. And 1 in the back row. So OG may be making plays around cards that we are unsure about, but he knows about. Maybe considering on how to make plays around those cards. I mean, if he doesn't have something for, like, Bazoo plus Dimension Fusion, I don't see... Like, that could be a possible answer for Olefia. Does have a very stacked graveyard with things like Goblin Attack Force, Zaborg, Berserk Gorilla. We also saw Gigantes earlier, so Aleph could throw out a Gigantes, banish, like, a big Earth monster.
Have we seen any copies of Cold Wave?
We haven't seen any Cold Wave. I don't think you would play that in your deck.
I mean, they played a similar deck with Cold Wave, but I guess it was
Dimension
Stein instead of... I guess it was Stein instead of Dimension Fusion.
Just been poking in with this tribe here. At least it got in last turn. No response from OG, just a bunch of sets. Now we see Bazoo. That probably was the pickup for the turn. Bazoo's gonna banish 3. This is lethal on board. See if these attacks go through. I highly doubt it. Book a Moon on the Bazoo here. But OG getting dropped down to 1800 life. Card destruction now. There was a Dimension Fusion in Aleph's hand. It was BLS, Thunder Dragon, Dimension Fusion, no Darks. Card Destruction getting rid of Trap, Dust Shoot, and Delinquent Duo. Makes sense you don't want to use either of these. I mean, I guess you could have used the Trap, Dust Shoot, but the Delinquent Duo wasn't really helping you at all. Thinking in draw phase, gonna retain priority. Use MST, targeting the new set card. Really good play here by Aleph, unless this is like not anything great. It was Ring of Destruction. I mean, that is not really the best card for OG in this scenario. You're kind of glad to see it because you're not going to lose to it now, but you weren't losing to Ring of Destruction in this position anyway. Torrential Tribute now, coming out for OG after banishing 2. The 2 that were banished. I think the way that he did it makes sense. He wants to still have material in the graveyard. There's just 2 Thunder Dragons that were banished. For any Chaos Monster that comes off the top, I guess. And also he wanted Earths, I think. That or he has something like Call the Haunted? That'd be pretty crazy. Call the Haunted, bring back the big boys.
A really good spot right now for Olefia. Even though they're down this many cards, it's like...
Yeah, the opponent just has...
There's a lot of stuff that could just win the game.
Yeah, the Dimension Fusion would be great, obviously. His opponent is just on 2 Thunder Dragons. Gigantes is also great. Like, he knows 2 cards in the hand. Ooh! And he's got a Royal Decree.
Oh.
Ooh, Wing Blast chaining to the Royal Decree. That's gonna lock a draw step from Olefia. Alright, that was actually really good for OG side. Because not only are those traps now live, you've just locked Alefia's turn. So that card in the hand that they have has to be good. if it's Dimension Fusion, they could just run it out and put some dudes in defense, right? Like, they don't have to summon everything in attack mode. But it's not. It's Abyss Soldier. This could get 1-for-1s. Sakuretsu Armor, Mirror Force. There's the Saku. Oh, and that Royal Decree would have been so strong. Would have just won the game on the spot. But Wing Blast doing its job. Keeping OG alive to see another turn. So now any trap that OG is effectively... that OG draws is effectively offline. Royal Decree again. Is there a second Wing Blast? We don't see it. This could be the end of the game if Olefia tops a monster that's big enough, but he doesn't. He gets a DD Assailant that's 100 off. Dropping OG down to 100. This is going to give them another draw. They need.
All they gotta do is draw a Chaos Monster.
They really, that's all they need. But even if they do and they banish and Olefia top decks like Dimension Fusion, they just lose. Oh, this is so rough.
No, not if they put it in defense.
They can just run over it.
Well, they'll get their own monsters back.
True, yeah. Lightning Vortex was the pickup, though. Last turn, they set it as a bluff, but they're going to use it to clear the DD Assailant. There's a Bazoo, though. No effect, just going to run it in there. Wow. Even with the... That was just crazy. Came down to the top of the deck on both players. OG locked him out of 2 different draw steps after he time sealed him one turn, and then he effectively time sealed him again with the Wing Blast.
Just couldn't keep the monsters off board.
Just couldn't do it, yeah, just crazy back and forth though. And I mean, Olefia moving on in the tournament. Olefia showing that he's a contender here for... I mean, he's still got some tournaments to win down the line, but could sneak up on Lucas for Player of the Year if he continues his streak. Let's see if we can find a match that's already in progress here. Let's take a look at Insidious versus John LaBounty. Looks like LaBounty's... Oh no, my mistake. Looks like Insidious is up a game. So this looks like just the start of game 2. LaBounty starting with 2 back rows, throwing out a DD Warrior Lady. Insidious is going to go and use Delinquent Duo. This is going to snipe a Tsukiyomi from the hand and return from the different dimension. So it looks like LaBounty's on some sort of Chaos Return strat. Insidious is going to discard a Creature Swap and a Sinister Serpent. So Insidious is probably on his tried and true Chaos Control. I believe this is Winners Round 3 now as well. Move that up. Looks like MST hit MST. Now, Sure Priest coming down for the bounty side. That's going to pick up Graceful Charity. Probably was a better pickup there than Delinquent Duo. You could have used Delinquent Duo and got rid of this Assure Priest. But in this position, you might just want to get back your Graceful Charity, try to dig for a way to break Le Bounty's board. Yeah, Le Bounty's going to pay the 4,000 here to negate the Charity, knowing that Sinister's already in the hand. But Metamorph is going to come out, attributing the Sinister Serpent. Book of Moon, though, is going to take care of the Thousand Eyes Restrict, so that Thousand Eyes is not going to be able to eat the DD Warrior Lady. But Insidious kind of did what he wanted to do in this game, or in this game state. Got rid of those two back rows. Only had to use 2 cards to really do it, so sort of just MST'd both of them. And took 4,000 life points away from the bounty. Now the bounty is stuck on this Assura Priest, has this new back row. He may be able to clear the Thousand Eyes Restrict, but there's a new back row on Insidious' side. Could be something like a Mirror Force. No Torrential. Insidious is going to take the time here, decide if they want to let this attack go through. Probably thinking, is Le Bounty going to banish this monster? Likely yes, because that puts it dark in the graveyard. Yeah, monster's just going to get banished here. Now if you have a Saku, I think you use it on the Ashura. Ashura went through before. This time we're going to see Ring of Destruction instead, which is actually much better because this puts them in range for a Chaos Sorcerer attack, actually. If Insidious can manage to sneak a Chaos Sorcerer down, free shot at Le Bounty's life points here. Now Le Bounty's on top deck mode. Insidious just has a lot more cards, but not a lot going on for Insidious' side. And waited a turn, now is deciding, I'm going to summon my Sinister Serpent, and I'm just going to beat you down. Perfectly viable strat here. That DD Warrior Lady's gone, so you don't got to worry about your Sinister getting banished. If it does die, you're going to lose some life, but at least you're going to get it back. And you want to be able to nickel and dime some life out of your opponent. Also, if Insidious has something like Mobius in his side, and sided it in, because this is a game 2, contribute this Sinister Serpent that wasn't answered. Get rid of those 2 back rows. But there's Dekoichi, the Battle Enchanted Locomotive. Koichi's going to run over the Sinister Serpent and then just, get the snake underneath its wheels. Insidious is thinking on this. You could use a Book of Moon to protect yourself from life, but I don't see how that's good. You're going to drop down to 25 here. You're fine with that. You'll pick up your Sinister Serpent. You can set it. Use it as defense. If he has Regeki Break, you could use Regeki Break on it there. Now, this is interesting. That Trap Dust Shoot was made live after adding the Sinister Serpent back. It was something that Insidious could have considered. Yeah, now you can chain the Regeki Break here, discard the Sinister Serpent. Now you're going to hit this Deco, clear it off the board. That's probably what they were thinking if they wanted to chain before. This Trap Dust Shoot will resolve, though, because the condition was met per activation, so they will be able to spin a monster back. At the very least, they're going to be able to look at Insidious's hand. Lobounty will. So what do we got? So it's Goat, Tsukiyomi, and Breaker. Or is it just Break? No, it actually is Breaker. So he will put Breaker back. So play Insidious could have done to play around that dust shoot, if they wanted to play around the dust shoot, was Regeki Break in the draw step, target the other back row, and then summon the Breaker. Like, you would discard the Tsukiyomi, then summon the Breaker, break the dust shoot that can't resolve. I don't think you see that far into the future. I mean, obviously in hindsight, that would have been crazy. But you're in a decent position here. There's not a ton that can kill you off the top. Like, a Chaos Monster, it has to specifically be BLS. And even then, you're just fine. And now you're just fine here because you've clocked your opponent enough with the Sinister Serpent. You added the Tsukiyomi to the board. Now you can just go to the battle phase. Just doing a little bit more work here. Gonna drop the bounty down to 150. It's possible you just wanted to poke in with the... Yeah, I don't know if I like that. I feel like I would have just poked in with Sinister and not attacked with the Tsukiyomi. Because you could have used the... You could have set the Tsukiyomi main phase too and had like a monster on the board. And now Soul Release is going to come out for the bouncy side. Going to get rid of the Light and Dark in the graveyard and the Sinister Serpent, so it's not going to come back. I think Heavy Storming first was fine, but I think I just would have poked with the Sinister Serpent. And just put them on having the Mirror Force. Soul Release is also going to pick off Charity here, and will it pick off another card? You can pick off his own monster. You get something like the Deco out of the graveyard. This way, you set yourself up for a decent return from the different dimension, which is maybe what he just drew. Insidious drawing and passing. Man, Soul Release, kind of strong. But there's the Breaker that you just put back. Book of Moon has to be the answer here. I don't think you were going to take the 50-50, because they might have been breaking that face down that you just set. Flip the Breaker back up. Anything on the summon? Well, Bounty's thinking about it. There's Solemn Judgment going to go down to 75 life points. Jonathan the Bounty staying in this game. Yeah, do not adjust your screens here. That is the correct life. 75 for John the Bounty. Regeki break now on Insidious' side after a monster was set across. That's not a good look. Regeki break the back row. That's Snatch Steal. But it's fine because Insidious still has Nobleman a crossout in the deck. Summon the Berserk Gorilla and is now just going to attack over. Well over lethal here. Wow. The Bounty hung on in that match for as long as they could. Incredible. Combination of all three Solemn Judgments, Soul Release, and Trap Dust Shoot just taking away Insidious's options to deal lethal. After a honestly not the strongest opening 6 it looked like from the Bounty. Insidious had a lot of answers to what the Bounty could do, and Delinquent Duo just kind of rocked La Bounty's hand pretty well. Great game between the two that we were able to catch there. Let's take a look at if we can find them playing here. Duck Duck Goose versus AJT BLS. Looks like AJT is up a game. So this is game 2 here. This is still winner's side round 3. So Duck Duck Goose here has started with Thunder Dragon, found his other 2, then used Premature Burial, bring back a Thunder Dragon, and then metamorphed for Dark Balter the Terrible. So this will stop any shenanigans like Pot of Greed. See how AJT responds. So 2 in the back from AJT, and then a set monster. That set monster has an effect, it won't. Won't anymore after Dark Balter takes care of it. Nobleman a crossout from Duck Duck's side. I'm gonna take care of a Blade Knight, actually. And Dark Balter hit's actually gonna be good. It's gonna go through here. Another back row from HAT's side, along with a monster. See if they can fend off Duck Duck Goose's Dark Balter. Standing tall here. Another Nobleman crossout coming from Duck Duck Goose's side. I mean, we saw Blade Knight and DD Warrior Lady. I wonder if... I mean, AJT won the first duel. Just thinking about why those Noblemans are still in the deck. Wow, okay. What a play here. So he used Book of Moon in response to the Mirror Force, then summoned Mobius to clear the two back rows. So now this puts AJT in quite the position. Snatch Steal on the Mobius is a great follow-up. Still kind of dicey. There's two cards that can deal with potential back rows or potential follow-ups here that are in the graveyard. MST and Dust Tornado. Now that is a big Blade Knight. So we were dealing at 44 with that swing. Duck Duck does have two Thunder Dragons in the hand. So two of the cards here that are unknown to AJT need to be real. Looks like one of them might be, because it's a Chaos Monster. Let's see which one it is. And it's the man himself, BLS, Blackluster Soldier, Envoy of the beginning. And it might be the beginning of the end here for Duck Duck. Graceful Charity. What a perfect combination of cards that you want to see. Honestly, I would have Graceful Charity first. You're probably going to be summoning this BLS either way. And that's the game, folks. Breaker the Magical Warrior coming out on Duck Duck Goose's side, going to take off the Snatch Steal. Mobius, the Frost Monarch, the King comes home. The Duck Duck Goose's side. And then he just attacks with everything. BLS over the Blade Knight. 5,000 from BLS alone. Another 4,000 from the combination of Breaker and Mobius. I don't know the lore perspective, but there's a bunch of cards that were printed in like modern sets, like not GOAT format sets, that depicts Mobius and Breaker the Magical Warrior fighting for some reason. I wonder if they're just calling back to old formats where like that was an actual thing. Even though they're kind of best friends, right? They both do the same job in destroying back rows. I don't believe Mobius was ever limited though. Breaker definitely was. Obviously with GOAT format. So interesting, like, I think AJT's on a warrior deck. So it's interesting that Duck Duck kept in Nobleman crossouts. Maybe they just didn't see any going, like, any warriors, but that's insane because AJT won the first match, so they had to have seen something. AJT started with Rhoda. Go grab DD Warrior Lady, throw it out there, set a back row. Duck Duck is gonna get a Thunder Dragon. Or get two Thunder Dragons, sorry. They're pitching the one. 1-for-1 Heavy Storm now. Gonna use Book of Moon in response. Followed up with Pot of Greed. All the cards here on Duck Duck's side. So Duck Duck maybe using that Heavy Storm a little bit prematurely. And we're gonna get a banish hand here from AJT. There's one monster for Duck Duck to send back, and that's the Mystic Swordsman level 2. Kind of fallen off in recent meta. We don't see a lot of level 2 here, but we are gonna see the rest of the hand here. It was TT, Nobleman, Book of Moon, and honestly, I missed that last card. I feel like Duck Duck Goose is gonna write it down. Oh, it was Snatch Deal. Okay. Book, TT, Knock, Snatch Deal. Cool. Genie Word Lady attacking in. We're gonna see some sets here, presumably from AJT BLS. You can just set the book, you can just set the TT, set both of them. He could set his whole hand if he wants to. It's more or less about not losing to stuff like Delinquent Duo. You could also do this to be hiding the powerful stuff like Book of Moon and Torrential Tribute from Breaker, hiding it from Dust Tornadoes or MSTs. I guess Breaker wouldn't be the best one because you just Book of Moon the Breaker, but yeah, now Duck Duck Goose is gonna think here, do they want to use a Dust Tornado and an MST and just chance it here? Try to go 50-50 on hitting something that's relevant and not bluff? I mean, Nobleman and Snatch are cards that you want to deal with. Don't get me wrong there. I think I would, if I had an MST, I would want to be saving it for the Snatch deal. Instead, we see a Royal Decree, so this is going to turn off the Torrential Tribute that we know about. Chain Call of the Haunted to the Decree, that's interesting. This will get back Thunder Dragon, which is an answer to the DD Warrior Lady. And then the Call of the Haunted is negated, so if they do destroy it, it will not go away as long as Royal Decree's on the board. They also could just summon Mobius now. Instead, Duck Duck's gonna opt to just attack the DD Warrior Lady. I think you let this go through. And AJT's gonna decide, I'm gonna banish this Thunder Dragon. No lights, but there are 2 Thunder Dragons still in the hand for Duck Duck. Thank you so much, everybody here who's following now on Twitch. Especially Persian Griffin, Too Fresh, Macho Cheese, Face Funhouse, Jamie 9HS, and 4 Gatherers. Followed a little bit earlier today. We're also streaming on YouTube as well, so shout out to our YouTube crowd. As AJT summons Breaker the Magical Warrior, the summon has been accepted. 1900, no breaks here. See, this Royal Decree isn't very strong, it's just turning off AJT's Torrential, but they have Nobleman, they have an out to a face down in Nobleman, they have an out to a face up in Snatch Deal. Now we're going to see this Nobleman get picked off by AJT, deciding that Decree does in fact stay on. And draw pass from Duck Duck. I don't think the Decree's just doing a lot here. Duck Duck really needs to find some action. Thunder Dragons and some other junk in the hand, not going to be adding anything to it here, and there's no Mirror Force that can be played. So this is a lethal attack. This is 36 on board. Needs to have a Book of Moon. Or Karibo. Took the 2000. I'm gonna flip up Scapegoat. So he took the 2000 because he wanted to keep 3 goat tokens here, because if AJT summons another monster next turn, if they'll still be alive, Duck Duck will. Because they can't commit any monsters right now. They use that Heavy Storm very early to do a 1-for-1. The 1-for-1 didn't really work out in the end. I think it was they chained Book of Moon to their DD Warrior Lady. So yeah, now the goats are going to get picked off here. AJT doesn't have to do anything. Doesn't have to commit to the board. Duck Duck needs to find some kind of action. A set monster is not going to do it. They just have the Nobleman. And here's Nobleman to cross out. Unless this is Big Shield Gardna. Getting rid of DD Warrior Lady. I think if I'm AJT, I summon a monster here. That or I use Snatch Deal on the goat token. That would be kind of funny. That's a little bit risky though, because if they do have another goat, then you're just giving them 1,000 life. But it doesn't look like it. Warrior's just getting in there, and that's the thing about Decree when you're facing the Warrior matchup. Is it's very good when you're locking down their set 5 and it's just a bunch of traps and they can't really flip anything. You're going to be able to walk over their monsters with no fear, but you have to have cards in conjunction with Royal Decree in order to capitalize on how powerful it is in the matchup. And right there, the reason why it wasn't that good is because Duck Duck didn't really have anything to capitalize. Just had like a couple of Thunder Dragons in the hand, but nothing really else to do. So anything that they set was a sign that it wasn't actually a trap card. Sometimes you actually want trap cards versus the Warrior deck, something like Sakuretsu Armor. Trade into their guys instead of their guys killing your monsters. But well played by both players. Looks like it was just a little bit unfortunate for Duck Duck's side. Couldn't find any action. We are going to hop into Ghost Rider 15's match. It's now winner side round 4. Let's get everything updated here. So this is game 1 between Ghost Rider here and Soul Master Matt. Matt looks like they're on Warriors. And that'd be a Chaos Flipjack from Ghost Rider. We saw some, or it could be just Chaos Turbo. So Blade Knight attacked over Sangan, that search for Night Assailant. Now Regeki Break on the Kaiko as that comes in. Regeki Break's gonna discard the Night Assailant that was just picked up, and Night Assailant's gonna trigger after that resolves, get back the Night Assailant that was already in Ghost Rider 15's graveyard. So Ghost Rider doesn't have any monsters on the board. Does have a lot more cards in hand. Is up a card, up 2 cards actually. 4 to 6 right now. Ghost Rider with the matching Dante sleeves and avatar. Tried to activate a Graceful Charity, but Matt said nah. Solemn Judgment negate that. Regeki Break now coming out from Ghost Rider's side after the attack. Night Assailant's going to trigger here again. Are we going to loop the other Night Assailant? Yes, we will. Makes sense to keep that loop going. Lets you retain a card advantage on your opponent, and that Night Assailant always can just act as a man-eater bug later in the game. Lovely Joe asking, is Solemn Judgment worth negating Graceful Charity? It depends on the situation, I think. Ghost Rider using Mask of Darkness is great. Yeah, if you know they have Night Assailant in the hand, and you believe that you're in a better position than your opponent as far as board state wise, you can always just flip it up and stop them from getting more advantage on you, right? If they're in a top decking situation and they draw Graceful Charity for turn, say they have 2 Thunder Dragons, so just 2 cards they haven't been using, then it's fine. You get to trade 1 for 1 with it, and they don't get any more cards. So here, Mask of Darkness flips up. We get back Regeki Break with it. Tried to attack in here for 900, which would have been a lot because Matt is down to 2,000. And this is wrong here. Still game 1. Now a new set here from Ghost Rider. So this looks like Chaos Flip Control. Heavy Storm here was set. Regeki Break is going to be picked up for the 1-for-1. And Matt's really looking for Mystic Swordsman level 2 or Blade Knight to try to deal with this face-down monster. That's one way to deal with it. Blackluster Soldier, Envoy at the beginning, going to banish Dekoichi. Now, Premature Burial for Blade Knight here. I think it was okay to use the Banish effect. Your opponent has so many more cards than you. And you're dead to a lot, like the Snatch Steal there, either way. It's not really worth pushing for damage. You'd rather just get rid of their something that can get them to game instead of just making them half game, right? Because if you attack the Dukoichi there, and they didn't have the Snatch Steal already, they're digging 2 cards deeper into their deck to get to that Snatch Steal. So I think it was worth it to do it that way. Though, if he did have the Premature, he might have just wanted the Premature first. It's tough, because they were in a position where they were down in both cards and life. Big problem with Solemn Judgment is that it's really only good when you have card advantage and are already winning the game, or when you're pushing for a game shot. It's fine when you're in game states that are even, like if they heavy storm you and you have like 4 back row and you're just going to trade it 1 for 1. I mean, it's fine. You'd rather not get heavy stormed and lose all your cards. But it's not spectacular, right? Like, it's just protecting your setup. Where if, like, you're already up in cards and you've got the board locked down and they try to do something to come back, you're just negating it and sealing the game up at that point. That's where the card shines, I think, in this format. The life point cost just got kind of steep here for Matt, where he had to use Sakuretsu Armor on Mask of Darkness, right? Like, you do it even when you're down, because solemning something and not dying or not losing a lot of cards is better than, you know, losing all those cards or dying. But it's not particularly good, because there's so many more plays that they can follow up when it just becomes like a 1 for 1 if you're in that state, right, where they have more than 1 card, or more, like, when there's multiple cards that it needs to trade into. So, Matt's going to start here with Pot of Greed. Always love to see Pot of Greed in our opening 6. Trap Dust Shoot's going to be flipped up here on Matt's side, and we're going to put back a Mask of Darkness. Ghost Rider's going to follow that up with a Graceful Charity. We're not going to get the hand written out for us, unfortunately, so Matt's going to be playing with more information than we are. So Graceful Charity, discarding Sinister Serpent. That Sinister Serpent was probably picked up. If it wasn't, that's a weird put back with the Mask of Darkness then. I mean, I don't know. It really depends on the hand. Dust Tornado is going to come out. He's going to roll for it. Just randomly hit something. It's a Solemn Judgment. That's a good one to hit. It's going to allow Matt's plays to go through. So no answer to Matt's board from Ghost Rider's side. Just elected to try to set up their own face down. That looks like they're on a Chaos Warrior deck from what we saw. We saw Blade Knight, we saw GD Warrior Lady, Kaiko. So not a ton of options that could be set right now. Reinforcements of the army. Ghost Rider's going to think on that if they want to use an effect. They can just Solemn Judgment this. I don't know if that's correct, but they are going to Solemn Judgment. Yeah, like, I don't know if that's correct. Unless that other down card is just really, really good. But Ghost Rider, or Matt here, already had the Mystic Swordsman in the hand. So we're going to see Mystic Swordsman try to attack over this face down. But it's going to be met with Ring of Destruction. That's pretty decent. Magician of Faith's going to come back, going to get that Graceful Charity. See, now here, if Matt does have a Solemn Judgment face down, if you weren't going to Solemn the Ring of Destruction on your Mystic Swordsman, you're going to Solemn this Graceful Charity for sure. But it looks like it's going to resolve here. So Ghost Rider did a lot of work into making sure that this Magician of Faith resolved. It's going to be up. It's going to be even now in terms of card advantage. Breaker the Magical Warrior, though, good one to have here. Going to be able to break this face down. It was Mirror Force. That was a great pick-off by Breaker. Attack over Don's Alug. So Blade Knight came out, dealt with the Breaker. Now Tribe's coming down from Ghost Rider's side. Trade off a Sinister Serpent for the Blade Knight. Back and forth here. Ghost Rider has the board, is down in life thanks to Solemn Judgment. 2 Solemn Judgments to be exact, and the Ring of Destruction as well. But has more cards than the opponent, has Sinister Serpent in rotation. Just because you are down in life doesn't mean you're automatically going to lose, but there are things that you're more vulnerable to now, especially that Ring of Destruction. Sneak up on you. So, DD Warrior Lady is going to be the summon here for Matt. They're going to crash into Tribe Infecting Fires to deal with it. Now a set card from Ghost Rider, no pressure. But setting a card is kind of pressure. It's going to be able to retain more advantage here. BLS came down. Yeah, so Breaker came down, tried to attack, and then BLS was the follow-up. Banishing the set Magician of Faith. Matt here attacking in. Then Ghost Rider tried to hit him with the Sekiro 2 armor, but Matt had the backup Book of Moon in order to protect the BLS from being destroyed by the Sekiro 2 armor. Play getting passed back to Ghost Rider 15. When Ghost Rider passes priority in the draw step, we're going to see Trap Dust Shoot take care of Tsukiyomi. We know Sinister Serpent's in the hand. Thunder Dragon here. So Sinister, 2 Thunder Dragons, and a card in the hand here for Ghost Rider. Card might not be good enough. Deal with Blackluster Soldier. We saw it last game. Matt threw out the Blackluster Soldier in a position where they were down a whole lot in life and just lost it to Snatch Steal in hand. Now we're in quite the opposite position where he knows what's in the hand and can just try to attack. There was 2 Tsukiyomis in the hand here, so he put 1 back. Just dealt with the other one, so now T setting here, that's the Sinister Serpent. Flip summon Solemn, but Solemn, you're Solemn, and this is where Solemn is good. Because when you can Solemn someone else's Solemn, you're winning the game. I mean, as Ghost Rider, you have to Solemn that. But having the Solemn backup there on Matt's side, sealing this game here. Gonna take it to game 3. Just as a reminder for everybody playing, or everybody watching here as these 2 duelists are siding, the top 4 players of this tournament will earn an invite to the World Championships of GOAT format, being held later this year in October. The winner will also receive a $105 prize, cash prize. Winning the tournament here. If you want to get involved in GOAT format and want to be playing and participating in our tournaments, head on over to www.goatformat.com. Head on over to our Discord there. You can also check out all of our coverage on goatformat.com, as well as tons of strategy articles, how to play GOAT format, rulings as well. And the winner of Worlds this year is going to get some pretty sick swag, as you might have been seeing on the side there. That championship belt that has been commissioned for the winner of the World Championships, as long as a whole lot of other swag and cash prizes as well. Of course, GOAT format championships such as this are completely free to enter. We have tons of other events as well that go on. You can also go to our Patreon and play in even more events, as well as unlock a whole bunch of bonus content made by Dale Bolito himself, the legend, providing tons of content on the Patreon. Helps support the site and adds into the prizing for Worlds. So if you want to support GOAT Format, head on over to goatformat.com and sign up for our Patreon as well. As we saw here, back to the game, Ghost Rider starting off with Duo. Thunder Dragon afterwards. Duo hitting Book of Moon and Blade Knight. Now we see a Heavy Storm coming out from Matt's side into 2 back rows, but gonna get Solemn Judgment in there. And this is a spot where Solemn Judgment's great, because you're already took out 2 cards with the Delinquent Duo, 2 real cards, protecting your back row, and you're still up a whole bunch of cards here. Even better when that set is just a Sinister Serpent, so they committed a Mystic Swordsman down to the board. Ghost Rider should be able to walk over this pretty easily. I mean, there's 2 Thunder Dragons in the hand that we know, but anything off the top will be easy to walk over for Ghost Rider here, getting rid of this this mystical swordsman. Said Ghost Rider's just going to set and pass. It's probably still the Sinister Serpent. Matt is fishing for a Nobleman of Crossout to deal with this so this doesn't come back. Start pressuring the life points with his little guy here. These little guys, they look small, but I mean, when you're down in life like this, every point counts. So I did say earlier that Ghost Rider was up in cards, but kind of when you know it's Thunder Dragon, it's not really up in cards. It's sort of what I like to call virtual card advantage. Is those cards aren't technically real because they are real cards that hang out in your hand. They don't do anything, right? They need another card in order to unlock their potential and turn them into something turn them into their own real card. Like Regeki Break, for example. Regeki Break on the Mystic Swordsman, good pickoff here. Gonna discard the Sinister Serpent. I don't think it matters too much, because if they had a Nobleman of Crossout, they're just gonna Nobleman of Crossout here anyway. But I might have discarded something like the Thunder Dragon. It is still kind of a tell that if you're using the Regeki Break on your on the opponent's monster here, that the card isn't the Sinister Serpent, but when you discard it for Regeki Break, you're just saying, yeah, I mean, it's not the Sinister Serpent. So, Rhoda found Exiled Force, and then Exiled Force took care of the Magician of Faith. Set and pass from Ghost Rider, and then a set in the back row from Matt. Now Ghost Rider's going to be able to flip summon the Dekoichi, the Battle Enchanted Locomotive, and we're going to get to see... Ghost Rider's hopefully going to get to see some action now. A Heavy Storm would be great. Try to deal with these back rows. Mobius if Ghost Rider elected to side that card in, if they have it in their side. Jinzo, will we see the fabled Jinzo? Alternatively, Ghost Rider could just start attacking with this choo-choo train. I think I can. So the train's going to come in and attack. Then a set monster here from Ghost Rider's side. Trap Dushoot, going to take a look at the hand once again. This card's been very, very good for Matt. It was very, very good last game. So Matt electing to take the Breaker, the Magical Warrior. We know that there's 2 Thunder Dragons in the hand. That down card may be the Sinister Serpent. It's not. It's another Dekoichi. So Ghost Rider's just going to get that card right back that was spun away. I'm going to add another link on this train here. Does Dekoichi have little links in the front? Yes, it does. You can just link up to another guy. Attack in here for 28. So now even comparable life point status. Not exactly even, obviously, but only 300 difference. Ghost Rider looking in the graveyard. Thinking, do I want to set my Mask of Darkness? There's nothing really amazing. There's only the Delinquent Duo, so setting a Magician of Faith here would be super strong. You could set your Sinister just to have like a Defender on the board, but you don't want to open that up to getting knocked either. They didn't have knock last turn, so they probably won't have knock this turn. Unless they hit it off the top here. Just another set card for Matt. And it's the second Trap Dushoot. Wow, this pretty good here. I think if I'm Matt, if I draw the second Dushoot, I already know what's in the hand for the most part. I would want to see some new cards, maybe have him commit to a different line of play, or hold the Dushoot for later. I guess it does depend on exactly what Matt has in the back row as well, if they feel comfortable enough with dealing with these Dekoichis. They did take 28 from them last turn, though. And Dekoichi's going to try to poke in again after this Trap Dushoot put back Tribe Infecting Virus, and both of them are going to hit. The little engines that can. Just chugging along. Dropping down to 1,000. Ring of Destruction's lethal now. End the turn. No ring here from Ghost Rider. Probably would have flipped it up on his own turn, to be quite honest with you. I mean, if I'm Ghost Rider, I just attack. Yeah, just go to the battle phase. Doesn't have to do anything fancy. They have to just... There's the game. Sometimes that's all you need to do with Chaos Turbo, is after you get your flips off and your advantage going, you can just use your guys and start poking them. They have to deal with it. And if they don't, you're just going to get hit with a Chaos Monster on top of it. So with that game in the books, congratulations to Ghost Rider moving on here in the bracket, making a deep run, still on winner's side. we are going to take a quick break, but we will be back in a few with more GOAT format Championship 14 action for you lovely viewers at home. So stick around, stay tuned, grab a snack, stay hydrated. And we're back here for GOAT Format Championship 14. The people wanted it. We got Taz here. This is still winners round 4 against Pastel de Pollo. And Pastel just resolved a Dark Magician of Chaos. He tribute summoned it. He used Snatch Steal. Tribute summoned it. That's something you don't see every day. pot of green back up. Now it's going to think for the rest of the turn here. This is still main phase 1 as well. Game 1 as well between the two. I should fix this. There you go. And I mean, Taz is down on life. Still has access to a lot of cards though. Though in the industry, Taz is Lou Dobbs right now. However, normal summon Exiled Force will deal with this Dark Magician of Chaos. However, Dark Magician of Chaos should be banished. There you go. Good job, chicken. So after dealing with this Dark Magician of Chaos, Taz is going to set 3 in the back. Has Heavy Storm been used by Pastel? Doesn't look like it. Looks like it's happening now. Man, Tropical Storm Henry taking out Taz's back row. So it looks like Taz was on... He was on Warriors from what we saw. So we got Dark Magician of Chaos, so it was normal summon. It could be a lot of different stuff though, what we were seeing. Graceful Charity from Taz. Nice to see in your opening hand. No extra deck from, no fusion deck from our friend Pastel. The chicken. Gonna discard Jowgen the Spiritualist and blast with Chain. Alright, sir. Go off, King. And here's the Whopper Junior play, setting 4 instead of 5. When you're a warrior player. Trap Dust Shoot's going to take a look at the opponent's hand here. Let's see what Pollo has. We won't get to see because he won't banish for us. Maybe Taz shall write it down. Looks like Morphing Jar's the pick. Soldier, Snatch, Swords, Churnade, and Ring of Destruction. Wonder what Soldier could be. I guess that's Kinetic Soldier? Could be Blackluster Soldier? Usually people write BLS. So I guess Morphing Jar is the best pick there. Churnade's not particularly great. You just... yeah, I guess you just Swords of Revealing Light. Let that go through. Probably there's going to be like a Dust Tornado here. Nothing from Taz, just drawing and passing. And just passing back after Pollo drew a card. It was Blackluster Soldier. Okay, that's the soldier we're talking about here. And we found out a new card in Card Destruction, so that was drawn for turn. It's a card that they discarded from, on their own. So now you're in a weird spot. What you could do here is Churnade to pick your swords back up. Maybe you use Snatch on the Grandmaster, poke in for 18, and then just play your swords again. Doesn't seem amazing. Instead, your Pastel's gonna elect to let the swords die. It didn't really give him a lot of draws, though. That Delinquent Duo sort of took care of the hand. And it took out a new card in Card Destruction, so there wasn't any shenanigans that were going to happen there. Now we're going to use Snatch Steel. Koichi flips up, draws a card. Don't forget to gain 1,000. And don't forget to tip your waiters. I don't think Taz is really in a bad situation here. He's got so many cards. Unless, like, he just can't deal with his own guy. Exile's not the best. Unless he just has something that, like, he didn't want to commit over the ninja, but I don't know. I feel like you just hold your exiled for a real threat and not, like, a crappy ninja that's your own card. So now we only know that Pollo has True Date and Ring of Destruction left. Pot of Greed Will this resolve? I don't know. I don't know if you want to pay 4,000 here for it. Especially because, like, yeah, you have more cards, but you're not in, like, command of the board. Plus, if you use that opens up True Nade. Like, they could True Nade and then try something on you. Taz also has the matching avatar and sleeve combination, so will that bring him good fortune like it did for Ghost Rider? Let's see. Ring of Destruction hits Mystic Swordsman, but just gonna revive that with Call of the Haunted. Call of the Haunted is, I think, is stronger overall than Premature Burial. Premature Burial helps you OTK a bit better. There's cool combinations that Premature Burial can do that Call of the Haunted can't really. But the fact that Call of the Haunted can be activated in the battle phase is very, very strong. Like we saw there, they committed to using a removal spell on Mystic Swordsman, and then Call of the Haunted just said, nah, I'm going to pick that card right back up. Thanks. Heavy Storm comes out here. Going to be met with Solemn Judgment. Now, this is awkward because they do have the True Nade in the hand still. So, if somehow Puyo has a combination of cards that can deal 3550, they can get rid of this Mystic Swordsman because the Call of the Haunted goes back to the hand. It's left the field. Now Mystic Swordsman's dead. I mean, there could be another Solemn Judgment down for that True Nade specifically. Instead here, we're going to see Mystic Swordsman hit the graveyard by battle from DD Warrior Lady. Take 600. Here's Gearfried the Iron Knight. This makes sense with the Blast with Chains. Goblin Smoke Grenade. Wow. Or Smoke Grenade the Thief. What a card. Just get to look at your opponent's hand and take the best card, put it in the graveyard. Thank you. So Gearfried Warriors from Taz's side. Blast with Chain is going to be the pickup there, and there was another Smoke Grenade face down as well. So just dealing with a lot of different cards here, Taz was able to. Wow, okay. Gearfried here attacking in. I would have just T-set. I don't know why you keep your guy. Like, what are if it's Nobleman, they have Nobleman. You should have just T-set. That way you get to keep the True Nade. Your opponent knows they have True Nade. They could probably do something where they, like, maybe MST or True Nade and then set a bunch, but you have True Nade still, so you can flip it up, and anything they set in the back row is gone, unless they, want to use a Solemn on it or something. But, yeah, Morphing Jar may get Pastel back into the game here. I mean, it's tough, because you just gave Warriors 5 new cards to deal with. So now they're going to... One of those cards is Pot of Greed, so now 7 new cards to deal with. I already had one set, so it's 6 new cards. I'm a math major, everybody. So this is looking rough now for Poyo. And you're right, Spooky. We have seen a lot of cool decks today. Even the decks that we've seen are not very like, even the decks that we saw that are more commonly played, they still had like interesting stuff going on with them. Like we saw the bouncy. He was playing Warriors, but he was playing Chaos Return, but he was playing Soul Release in his Chaos Return. The best strategy with Morphing Jar is to set it and not fear the consequences. A lot of the times, Jar is much better when you control how it flips. In that scenario, you're not controlling how it flips. You're kind of having to set it and hope that your opponent draws bad with it. But if you're able to protect your Jar and control how you're flipping it, you're going to keep your cards, and you're going to mess up your opponent's cards. Here's Giant Trunade coming out for Pastel. You see, if he would have just kept that Trunade set along with the Jar, I guess it would have been a tell that it is Morphing Jar, but what is Taz realistically going to do in that scenario? It was down to 3 cards from both of them. Or, on Taz's side, he was drawing to, like, his 3rd card. So of course he was gonna like set all of this stuff first. Like he wasn't gonna lose anything out of it, but you want to keep that Giant Trunade. No reason to like bluff it as something else. He's just gonna there's not as many cards to deal with, so there's not as many decision trees that Taz is gonna ultimately have to make in that spot. So Trunade resolves. That's huge for Poyo. This is the power of Morphing Jar, because Taz used a lot of his resources, these smoke grenades and the Blast Whip Chain, to deal with the whole board and the cards in hand that Poyo had set up. He already knew that the Trunade was in the hand, so he got rid of the cards that didn't really matter as much, and then just Poyo drawing into Morphing Jar was able to find new stuff for him to work with. This Trunade resolving is really good. It's just a matter if Poyo can capitalize or not. Tribe Infecting Virus is a great one to capitalize with. It's going to deal with both the Warriors here. Now, does he have something else like a Premature Burial? If he does, he can just win the game on the spot. But no, it's not going to be Premature Burial here. It's just going to be Tribe attacking in for 16, dropping Taz down to 1350. I mean, Taz has a lot of cards here, but we know that at least 5 of those cards are spells and traps. We saw Rhoda. He did accidentally put Rhoda on the board. It's going to get Blade Knight. Makes sense if you're able to set your whole hand. Oh, and that's a cheeky little play that he just pulled off there. So the reason why he did it that way is because he had the knock in the hand still, and he didn't have enough spots to clear here, I don't think. So he has to MST his own card in order to pump the Blade Knight up to 2,000. Because you can set it, and then MST, target it, pop it, set 3, and then do exactly what this play is here. That was pretty sneaky. I don't think a lot of people would have saw that play. They would have just said, oh man, I have too many cards in my hand. I can't make my Blade Knight big. I see Scully watching in chat. Thank you so much for joining us earlier, Scully. Obviously, thank you for everything. Helping out when you said that you couldn't earlier in the day with the technical difficulties that we were having earlier. Shout out to Scully, everybody. Much love. For whom, without Scully, none of this would have been possible. So we're tied 1 apiece here. And we're going to get started here on this game 3. Pastel going to choose to go first here. Of course, why wouldn't you? Just going to set a card. Blade Knight. Going to be able to deal with this flip effect monster if it happens to be a flip effect monster. Let's see if it's not. It could be something like a... Could have been Shining Angel. We did see that earlier, but it is Koichi the Battle Enchanted Locomotive. Blade Knight coming through, shutting that card down. Pot of Greed coming out for Pastel, but Taz is just gonna Solemn Judgment it. And this Blade Knight is not a big Blade Knight. Still 4 cards in the hand for Taz. So Breaker, big Breaker, is gonna be able to walk over it for 300 points of damage, dropping Taz down to 3,700. Blade Knight again. Will you be able to make this one bigger? Looks like he wants to commit. You're gonna set a bunch of cards. Attack in. Main phase 2, do you want to do anything else here? It's going to be Smoke Grenade on Blade Knight. Now, this is interesting because if Pastel uses a card like Heavy Storm, that will trigger the Smoke Grenade. Oh, did Pastel just show the hand? That's awkward. Yikes. Not knowing how the card works. Does he keep showing the hand? What is going on? He doesn't understand the card effect of Smoke Grenade the Thief. Again, this only activates when it's destroyed by a card effect while it's equipped. So the reason why it works with Gearfried is that you equip it to Gearfried, Gearfried's effect happens, and then it blows up the Smoke Grenade, and then the Smoke Grenade triggers. See, people say like, oh, like, why don't you guys play on manual simulators? It's because of stuff like this. You don't get moments like this on a manual simulator, you know? And Taz just like, doesn't really matter because I have Trap Does You, but still, stop showing me your hand. Taz is gonna put back DD Warrior Lady with Trap Dust Shoot. Hopefully they'll write down the hand for us here. Wow, not a good one. BLS, Sorcerer, Defusion, and Trunade. And there are no lights in the graveyard, taking away Pastel's only light option. There's Exile Force plus another back row. So this is going to make the Blade Knight bigger. We're going to swing in here for 3,000 attack. 3,000 points of damage. Pastel's just going to set up a back row. Try to swing in for 3,000 again. Looks like it's going to go through. Now, how does Pastel get out of the situation here? He needs to find a white monster. He's out of range for Dimension Fusion, so that's just not a card that is able to be used at this moment. Made the Blade Knight smaller with this giant Trunade. And wow, he picked up Thunder Dragon! That's just game on the... Oh my gosh. What a card to draw. Wow, unfortunate there for Taz. Didn't have anything to respond, but Thunder Dragon going to be able to find additional whites to just summon Chaos Sorcerer and BLS. Going to be able to walk over the cards here. Had double Dimension Fusion on top of all this. Wow. Thunder Dragon top deck for the game win. Unfortunate for Taz, but hey, that's why we play. Card games for situations just like that. Taz played everything correctly, I think, in what he could do there, but the perfect light monster in Thunder Dragon. So we are actually going to move on in the bracket here to Insidious and Ghost Rider. So this looks like it is game 2. And this is actually winner's side round 5. Insidious is sitting at 10,000 life points. But there's a BLS on the board that was just set by Tsukiyomi. Insidious opted to summon the Tsukiyomi, set the Blackluster Soldier, attack to Knight Assailant. This is a crazy game state that we got going on here. Folks. BLS is the flip up again. You knew that was set from Tsukiyomi. Both on 3 back rows. Deep runs by both of these duelists here. Still in the winner's side, so not out of the tournament, either one of them. If they lose here. But it is coming down to the wire. Scapegoat gonna delay the hit from BLS. The second hit, so only one goat is gonna go away. There's already a goat token on the board. Draw and set one from Insidious here after Ghost Rider set a monster back. Attacks here by the BLS on the sheet. I wish Duelbook gave you the right token if it was like a token generating card, like the correct art for the correct token appeared. But what are you gonna do? There's Insidious's own BLS. Will this resolve? If I'm Ghost Rider, I think I summon this. Let's Prio banish your BLS. Now it's my game, sir. I don't think Insidious could have delayed this BLS. Like, I think he has to play it now, even if it may get Solemn Judgmented. That is dangerous, though, for a Ghost Rider, because that turns on Ring of Destruction as just winning the game here for Insidious. So there it goes. And that was a light in the graveyard. He had an additional light there to use. So yeah, running that out first. Now he has to think again. Solemn again. So Ring is still lethal, but it doesn't flip it. So it doesn't have Ring face down, or else you know that would have been flipped. Excellent maneuvering here by Insidious by putting the BLS out first. Has to get that additional light monster in the graveyard if this does get solemned. In all likelihood, it was going to get solemned. Heavy Storm now. So this is a good positioning for Ghost Rider. And there was Ring of his own. It was Double Book and Trap Dust Shoot. So this is frustrating because what could happen here? Attack into the Go token, attack into this, and now if you flip this and this is Mask of Darkness, you just get back Solemn Judgment, and it doesn't matter what Insidious draws because it's just going to get Solemn. Now, it doesn't look like that's the flip here from Ghost Rider's side. So just going to hit in with the BLS. Tribe Infecting Virus, that was the draw from last turn. It's going to play it now. Ghost Rider's going to think on this one. Do you want to Solemn this? The third Solemn Judgment, going down to 500. We've seen Insidious play against these Solemn decks before. Well, Bounty got down to 75 life. Insidious was able to squeak that one out. But this is a whole different situation here. Ghost Rider's up 4 cards. One of them's Blackluster Soldier. Yeah, and I think he has to put this out and threaten the Blackluster, because this could be anything, right? That could be a Sakuretsu Armor. It's not. Now Ring of Destruction is a draw for both duelists here. I think Insidious would take a draw over a loss at this stage of the duel. But has to be careful here. If he flips up something like Mask of Darkness, Ring of Destruction could just get him. And Goats gonna delay another turn here for Insidious. Ghost Rider has to be super careful. Now a set monster from Insidious' side. Koichi the Battle Enchanted Locomotive, gonna draw an additional card here. See if Ghost Rider can find something to deal cleanly with this face down. Because BLS can still banish it, but this is giving Insidious a draw step if you do. No, I'm gonna cross out. Kind of had to have it. There's 8 cards left in the deck for Ghost Rider. Had to think that there was something. I think that's going to be the GG here. Was this the Ring of Destruction? It doesn't look like it. That was kind of difficult to watch there. Yeah, 2 games, no Thunder Dragon also didn't help. Yeah. Not out of it yet, though, for Insidious, but Ghost Rider going to be moving on in the bracket here on winner's side. So we're going to take a look now back into winners round 5, I believe, in a game 1 situation with Ragnark versus Artsone 1. Now, Ragnark, I believe, won the last FLC that just happened, Format Library Championship. I know Artsone actually won the last GOAT Format Championship, GOAT Format Championship 13. So a mini clash of the champions here. Paradox, thanks for the follow, and your question, when you call a judge, do you pause the game to preserve the game state? You realistically, if you have the ability to pause the game state, you should. A lot of people forget that that is an option on Dueling Book. I don't know if it's an option in something that's an unrated game, maybe, but if you need a judge situation, you need to pause play and not let your opponent do anything. There are logs which we can look at. Alright, so it looks like this turn, Ring of Destruction tried to hit DD Assailant, but 7 Tools of the Bandit, main decked by the way, traded with the Ring of Destruction, and then Ashura Priest attacked into DD Assailant, traded it that way. So, Go Token's going to get taken care of by DD Assailant. Now here's a little critter known Sangan. Gonna attack into DD Assailant. Go grab Night Assailant. Interesting choice here. Probably because in the battle phase, we're still going to activate Grayson Chair. Should be main phase 2, clearly. Discarding the double Night Assailant. So just drawing 3 cards here, Artsone is. Following up with a Delinquent Duo. Who's on commentary? Me, Maskus. The tournament for the Luxury Championships, so if you guys are not aware, Luxury Championships who sponsor or do a lot of current format events, advanced format, online, they are hosting a LCS for GOAT format, and if you are interested in playing in that, there's cards that you can win for doing well in that tournament, for like topping the tournament there. And they also, if you top 4, you will earn World's Invite as well. It's not a free tournament like GOAT format championships are. There is you do have to pay to enter, but those are also hosted on Dueling Book as well. You'd have to go over to Luxury, I believe their website or their Facebook page for more information on that. There is a link to it on our GOATformat.com Discord here, so head on over there as well. And to join Academy League, if you're looking into getting into Academy League, want to head on over to actually the Jinzo and Tonic Discord server. That's where the Slifer and the Raw events are held. The Obelisks are held on the GOATformat.com Discord server, so you want to be a part of both. But the Academy team can help you over on Jinzo and Tonic server as well. And as I was explaining this, tons of back and forth here between our two duelists. No Minute Crossout was able to deal with Night Assailant. Rock Spirit from Ragnarok threw out a Goblin Attack Force, but was met with a Metamorphosis on it. And now Heavy Storm is going to take out the Goblin Attack Force and the Book of Moon. And Artsone just drawing into Thunder Dragon. Going to be able to tribute the Thousand Eye Strict that's on the board. And seal up that game number 1 here. There's tons of interesting decks that we've seen today. Are they undefeated? Yes, both of these players are undefeated. So the way that we structure our tournaments is that it's double elimination, which means that if you lose twice, you are knocked out of the bracket. If you lose once, you get moved down to the loser side of the bracket. In the grand finals, the winner of the winner side of the bracket takes on the winner of the loser's side of the bracket. The loser has to win a set of 2 out of 3 twice. So they have to win 2 sets in order to win the entire tournament, where the winner's side of the grand finals only has to win 1 2 out of 3 set. I believe if you're interested in playing in the Luxury tournament, they will be doing a Swiss round. Like how you know you go into your local events and they always do Swiss. But yes, the two duels that we are watching are on the winner side, so neither of them has a loss on their record just yet. But one of them has to win this matchup here, and Artsone, the last GOAT Format Championship winner, looking to go back-to-back here. Taking on Ragnarok, the last FLC winner, as far as I'm concerned. I don't remember if there was a FLC in between. So Ragnarok gonna start. Pod agreed, always a good one. Like I say, the kids say it's pretty poggers. That's what I hear. And then after Pod agreed set one, pass it over to Artsone and just a draw and pass from Artsone. DD Assailant's going to be the pickup for Rhoda. Swing in there for 17. Thunder Dragon on Artsone's side is going to be the response, followed up by Graceful Charity. You gotta love to see it. A lot of cards now for Artsone to work with. Artsone's gonna set a Fate, use meta on that Fate, and take away the face down, or take away the DD Assailant. To answer your question, NBA, no, there's never been a back-to-back winner of the GOAT Format Championship, but Dice D has won 2 GOAT Format Championships. They were not back-to-back, but they were... He won 4 and 6. If you actually head on over to GoatFormat.com /metagame, underneath our tournament section, there's a section for metagame. You can go back and look at all the coverage, or all the different events and all the records and everything there. Chaos Sorcerer here coming down, taking care of Gigantes. Gigantes will not be able to trigger in Heavy Storm because it's banished. Did not die by battle. Snatch Steal on Chaos Sorcerer. Tsukiyomi that face down. Flip it back up. See what he attacks with first. I think I would attack with the Tsukiyomi. Yeah. realistically, you're not going to see a Gravekeeper Spy, so you're fine with attacking it there. And hey, if it's something like Mystic Tomato, it ties. You get to banish it with Chaos Sorcery. Sunny's going to grab Knight Assailant here. That's what he grabbed the last game. Seems to opt for that over Sinister Serpent. It would make sense, but he already has the Graceful Charity in the graveyard. He used that turn 1. Actually, it wasn't turn 1. He used it turn 2. Card Destruction. That's a good reason to pick up the Knight Assailant here. It's going to be able to pick up Faith. Discard some cards. Interesting that he decided to get rid of the Tribe Infecting Virus, which is an out to the Chaos Sorcerer. MST on final attack order. Pick the Faith back up. Snatch Steal, taking your own Chaos Sorcerer back. Remember, that was Snatch stolen by Ragnar. And he flipped it down with Tsukiyomi. Setting one to the front, one to the back for Artsone there. Ragnar has 5 cards, though, can potentially deal with what's happening. So that's really difficult, because that makes more sense there. You want to use the Exiled Force on the Magician of Faith, but you kind of have to use it on the Chaos Sorcerer. But having the Nobleman backup makes that play a lot better. Attacking in for $2,300 here. After getting this back with... After getting the Goblin Attack Force back with Premature Burial. Looks like we get a little bit of connection issues. We know that Dueling Book was having a little bit of an issue earlier in the day. There we go. Looks like we're gonna get into the game 3 here. Be 2 former champions. So back into this game here. It looks like we have Artsone going off, starting with Thunder Dragon, Graceful Charity. Upstart duoed his opponent as well. Don't like this double dust shoot. You could just use the one and then wait for another one because it's no guarantee that you're going to have two monsters. So I don't necessarily love that, but it is what it is. Duo's going to hit Mirror Force and Scapegoat, it looks like. And a pass back. Just play pass back and forth. So Duo is slowing down both players' hands, along with a dust shoot on top of that. I missed what dust shoot put back for Ragnarok's side. Yeah, no Meta Cross out on the Sangan after putting it face down with Tsukiyomi. And that's going to let Artsone set for free here. Not have to worry about Nobleman. Night Assailant's going to be able to pick off Goblin Attack Force. Yeah, both opened very well here, but the problem is that they just didn't have any action, so now both of them are just back to having a whole bunch of cards in hand, despite them picking apart their hands at the start of the game. Misclick there, needs to banish that, of course. Summon the Chaos Sorcerer. Swing in. So they can't really set a whole bunch because he knows that Ragnarok has Heavy Storm in the hand. Not an unfortunate circumstance here for Artsone, because I feel like keeping a lot of those cards in hand, some of them have to be spells and traps. They can't all be monsters, especially because they weren't summoning or setting any. I mean, we know Heavy Storm is in Ragnarok's hand, so just makes it complicated to set, unless it's cards that you don't mind getting destroyed by Heavy Storm. You could probably set one more here, because then the heavy is even. Dust Tornado on the back row was Scapegoat that could not be chained here. Tsukiyomi sets the Chaos Sorcerer, and then Goblin Attack Force can attack over it. Still, though, a ton of cards in Artsone's hand. Like a Blackluster Soldier. No fear, just going to attack in here, but going to be met with Mirror Force. This is going to save BLS with Book of Moon, right from the hand. And a new set from Artsone's side. Yeah, that's a good pickup. Knight Assailant really good there, being able to destroy the Tsukiyomi because that Goblin attack force is going to be able to go into defense. Now you're just in the same spot that you were before. You just get to attack over this Goblin attack force, swing in for 3,000, and you dealt with a Tsukiyomi that was in your opponent's hand. So dropping down to 17, Rock's got to find something to do at BLS because it has taken over the game, as it often is known to do. Well, Ring of Destruction here will be lethal. If Rock doesn't have any former response, and doesn't look like it, Artsone is going to be moving on the winner's side. It was just the set Heavy Storm that we knew about all along. Now, this Solemn Judgment couldn't have helped because it was already set. It was set previously. Wow, Frog with 3 Gigantes in hand. Nothing you could really do. Just a brick and a half if I ever saw one. Congrats. Moving on in winner's bracket, the former GFC champion here of GFC 13. Deep dive into 14. So we are going to head on over to, it doesn't look like that is going on right now. Let's see here. There we go. So heading on over to winners round 5 once again here. It's going to be James Ark under my new account 2 versus Pastel de Pollo. Saw Pastel earlier in the day. We have not seen anything from James Ark. And it looks like James Ark is up a game. This is game 2 here. Heavy Storm. Good start to get out of this situation for James, but I'm going to see a compulsory evacuation device chained to Heavy Storm on the BLS. Going to pick the BLS back up. Heavy Storm still going to deal with this guy here, the Dark Magician of Chaos. BLS is going to come down for James's side. Awkward spot though. Has to have an answer already to the BLS that's in Pastel's hand. Interesting choice to do the compulsory on the BLS in the first place. And that is an answer in the form of Kaiko the Ghost Destroyer. So Kaiko is going to be able to get rid of the light and the dark, and also if a light and dark come out for Pastel's side in the graveyard, then this is he's not going to be able to summon it unless he gets rid of the Kaiko. So very good play here, and what's great about this as well is that we know that Pastel is on Dimension Fusion, so a Dimension Fusion won't be able to help out at all because Pastel just is at 100 life. So, I mean, if you're going to compulse there, I guess you sort of have to compulse there. I wonder if it would have been better to not compulse at all, make your opponent just deal with the BLS, because they'd have to use Chaos Sorcerer effect. This way they're only dealing 48. And if you do have Dimension Fusion, you can just use your Dimension Fusion and get your guys back. So the Compulse might not have been the best move in Pastel's place there. And yeah, that's might have been what it came down to. So when we came into the duel, it looked like that James was not in the best situation here, but was staring down a Blackluster Soldier and a Demok, but managed to get through it in the back of multiple Chaos Monsters. So we're going to take just a short break here, and we will be back in a moment with more GOAT Format Championship 14 action, so stay tuned. And we are back. This is actually going to be the winners semifinals here. And on this side, it's going to be 2 Pele versus James Ark, my new account number 2. So we caught the end of James Ark's last game here. Wanted to follow him in to see more of what he was on, getting this far into the bracket. And 2 is going to think about his opening move here. Start off with a Shining Angel. So Shining Angel from 2's side. And then we have Sangan joining the board as well. Gonna try to attack in, but gonna be met with Scapegoat. Block into attacks here. 2 goats still up for James's side. And James is no slouch. I believe that he... I'm not sure if he topped any of the GFCs this year. He did earn his invite through Dueling Book laddering. That is another way in which you can earn your invite, is that we'll take the top 4 players of the Dueling Book rated GOAT format ladder and invite them to the World Championships if they decide they want to play. And that is how James earned his invite. Kaiko gonna walk over Sangan here, but our friend is gonna get a Mystic Tomato. After Heavy Storm, Bookamooned the Shining Angel. It's on the board here. Interesting choice to Book of Moon the Shining Angel. I guess interesting choice to just Book of Moon in the first place. I don't really know why you do that, but maybe to play around Thalassize Restrict, make it a little bit worse. Let's see a Realm. See a realm where that happens, though. So creature swap on the... Yeah, so okay, I see what happened. Attacked with the stuff first to clear the tokens off the board, then creature swapped to give them the tomato. MST, though, from James actually took a set Heavy Storm before the battle. It's a good pick off there. Book of Moon, though, on the Kaiko that was stolen. So that's not ideal. It is an answer to the effect of Snatch Deal there. What's awkward is that now there's 2 more back rows here for James' side. You do just kind of have to say, I can't respect those 2 back rows and just, you know, attack. Because you're going to get a lot of value by crashing the recruiters in together. Those are both your recruiters, so 2 is going to be able to pick up monsters from those. And now James on the back foot a little bit. It's going to switch this Mystic Tomato to defense position. This Mystic Tomato might die here. And this is, like, recruiters are so good at this type of aggressive pressure. Because he just used a torrential tribute to get rid of the Mystic Tomato that was protecting the life points and the Shining Angels, just so that those cards wouldn't trigger and retain value. I mean, it's on 2's side now to follow up with a strong play, and I mean, setting a card is decent. Obviously, it depends on what card is set, but James is drawing the 2 cards in hand. You're up a card here because you're able to deal with the pressure that was applied. Now Breaker's going to take care of this bluff knock, so that's a good trade for James. But this face down could be anything. James elects not to attack it. I think that's smart. If your read is that it's another recruiter, you don't want that triggering and getting value. It could, though, be a flip effect monster. It wasn't. It was Roulette Barrel, which will let 2 summon Zaborg the Thunder Monarch. Now they're both even in cards here. Top deck Graceful Charity for James. After the Zaborg was able to swing in for 24. Prayers in chat for James now. It's a little rude. You don't deserve it. James thinking on what to discard here. He needs to decide soon. Looks like the discards were Royal Decree and Upstart Goblin. So main decking Royal Decree here. Vision of Faith is going to be able to pick up a spell in the grave. Going to get the Graceful Charity back. Going to try again next turn. With an additional card this time. Thinking on discards again, James is. Discarding the second copy of Upstart Goblin and Nobleman a Crossout. So expecting the attack to go through, either that or they have another Nobleman, because if you have a better card, or if your card's worse, you might want to keep the Nobleman so that if you attack and then if it doesn't go through, you Nobleman. It seems a little bit sketchy, that play. But Royal Decree here from 2's side, that's... I don't know if that's strong or not. I mean, we saw a Royal Decree from James's side, so... kind of tells you that they may not be on a lot of traps there. James BMing here, revealing the pot of greed that they drew for turn. Like, it wasn't obvious that they drew pot of greed for turn. And a draw and pass after a set from James. So, probably going to be running away with this game. It seems like, now that James is just getting more and more card advantage on his opponent. Flip up to Koichi. Realistically, Toupee can't really have much face down, right? Because like there's only a limited number of cards that are worth setting along with the Decree. And it's definitely not another trap card. Almost certainly not another trap card. Here comes a Chaos Monster from James's side. Summon the BLS. Set it with... Yeah, this is game. Trying to think if there was a different way to do that. No, I don't think there was. Nice maneuvering with the Metamorph. I do like that. So James is going to take the game 1 here. After resolving multiple graceful charities to dig into his deck until he could find the Pot of Greed to get more cards than his opponent. And after that, it kind of snowballed from there. On to game 2. Gonna start off with Delinquent Duo from Paye's side. And Duo is going to hit double Kaiko, following up with just a set monster. James is going to respond with No Mana Crossout, hit a Thunder Dragon. I think that Nova Moon was top decked. Spirit Reaper is going to be the play for 2 Paye. I mean, not unreasonable. You're going to be able to get a Thunder Dragon out of the hand. It's not great, but forcing the Scapegoat activation is not too bad. Not committing a whole lot to the board either. But going to follow up with Tribe Infecting Virus. Again, looks like it was top decked. I mean, it's what it looks like. I could be totally wrong, though. Swing in with Tribe Infecting Virus. Dealing with the Spirit Reaper pretty efficiently. And more efficiently, here comes Ashura Priest, going to be able to clear out all the monsters on the board. One back row from James's side, followed up by Shining Angel from Pi A here. Shining Angel, one of the other recruiters in the deck here, along with Mr. Tomato, again applies really good pressure onto the opponent. Opponent doesn't like attacking into this card because it, retains value. You're able to dump Chaos Monsters into the graveyard, or stuff 4 Chaos Monsters into the graveyard while still keeping a monster on the board. And also, you don't like using removal on it, because again, you're using removal that you could be using on a Chaos Monster on something like Shining Angel or Mystic Tomato, but these cards do threaten your life points. They can just chip away. Great normal summon to have in your arsenal here. Shining Angel is going to be what's on a 2-Pi side. Going to be joined by Kaiko, and then a Mind Control. Really good tech choice here. This card is very good in the Chaos Mirror matches. Looks like they may be glitched out here. It was Magician of Faith that the Mind Control was able to take out. This will get Duo back to Duo away the last Thunder Dragon in the hand and Snatch Steel, the Snatch Steel was an excellent hit. And give the Magician of Faith back. Now, Tsukiyomi off the top would be pretty strong. You can Tsukiyomi your Magician of Faith back down, flip it back up, get the Snatch Deal. Doesn't really accomplish too much, unfortunately. The spells that you do have in your arsenal right now are not the strongest ones to play into this particular board. Chaos Monsters are turned off thanks to Kaiko. I'm not sure if 2-Pi A is main decking Kaiko. I don't remember if we saw it in game 1 or not. But something like this here, it's very difficult for. Well, James is not a Chaos Control deck, and I personally don't think that Kaiko is great against Chaos Control. Mainly because there's a lot of control tools that Chaos Control plays to deal with Kaiko very efficiently. Because they can just wait it out for a little bit. They don't have to always put their Chaos Monsters down. And like we're seeing here, you can just use your Thousand Eyes Restrict on Kaiko. And if they summon a Chaos Guy to respond to Thousand Eyes Restrict, you can summon. You can summon your Chaos Monster on top of that. Over top of their Chaos Monster that they dealt with your Thousand Eyes Restrict. What I'm saying is that you get more things to answer your opponent's things with Chaos Control than you do with a normal Chaos Turbo deck. So Kaiko really isn't that great because it only deals with like half of what the answers could be. But what is great here is 2-Pi A having a Tribe Infecting Virus to deal with his opponent's Thousand Eyes Restrict, being able to swing in for 3,000 and drawing for turn, not going to find the answer that James was looking for. So we're going to go to Game 3 here in Winners Finals. Now, this is important because the winner of this is going to move on to Winners Finals, and that guarantees you an invite by making it to winners finals. Getting into game 3 here, James is going to start us off. We got a delinquent duo. Duo is going to take away Royal Decree for the random card. Tupai is going to be thinking on the next card here. It's going to be Smashing Ground. Interesting choice to bring in here. So a set skill Dark Magician from James's side going to be met with Nobleman Crossout, followed up by Kaiko, which attacks in but is blocked by Scapegoat. Now, Pai is going to decide if they want to attack into goats or if they want to keep James under the goats here. Deciding to keep 4, I don't think that's correct, honestly. You're down in cards right now. there's not much of a difference here between 3 and 4 anyway. It's not like they're going to be able to summon 2 monsters on you. Yeah, you're kind of biting yourself here by not, because it's like, I don't believe that he would have had something to set across either way. Like, now he won't because he doesn't want to goat lock himself. Which is why you didn't attack into the 4, but I don't think it matters that much, particularly in the situation that you're in. James is going to get multiple draw phases because you don't have the ability to deal with a Thousand Eyes Restrict right now. The set card wasn't the issue; it's Thousand Eyes. So yeah, just James has been poking in here. Tupai has not found anything to deal with this Thousand Eyes, unfortunately. This is how control decks want to roll in this format. They just want to take your thing with Thousand Eyes Restrict and keep it. And just keep attacking in here, little by little, whittling your life points away until you commit to doing something, and then when you do that, you just respond. You go over top of whatever they just did. You put the onus on your opponent to break the Thousand Eyes Restrict block. That's where you want to be. Now, Shining Angel comes out. This is a little tricky for James. They could find a Tsukiyomi. Book of Moon also does the same thing here. Being able to put the Thousand Eyes Restrict face down, and then be able to flip it back up and take control of the Shining Angel. Suck it up. Instead, we're going to see an attack for 400. This is going to let Hai go recruit a new monster. New light monster, to be exact. With 1,500 attack points or less, to be exact. A light monster with 1,500 attack points or less must be special summoned in attack position, to be exact. And he's going to get the Roulette Barrel. Now, this is an interesting card to grab here because it does deal with the Thousand Eyes Restrict sometimes. He's got to roll a 1 in order to do so. But hey, he's got 2 rolls at it. And hits it off the first one. Doesn't matter. Oh, the sheep tokens are level 1 too. I figured they were, but... Oh, duh. They are level 1. You have to metamorph them. Hello. It's not like I've been playing this format for 20 years or something. Graceful Charity. Great pickup here by James Ark. Putting the Roulette Barrel in defense, I think, is the correct option. I don't think you need to get aggressive with it here. And yeah, blank something like the Skilled Dark Magician that you saw earlier from the Noblemeta Crossout. Gonna be discarding a Light and Dark, though. There's the set monster that they were worried about before. Interesting that you do it in this sequence, that you get the Thunder Dragon before you set. I guess realistically it doesn't matter. Pot of greed off the top, though, for 2 paes. Very, very good. Now thinking after the pot of greed, I mean, they've got a lot of options, understandable, but gotta make a move here. And meanwhile, on the other side of the winner's bracket here, Artsone defeated Ghost Rider. So Artsone is on his way to maybe going back-to-back? So mind control. Okay, so I was confused about the lag that they were experiencing. Not the lag, the thing. It's been explained to me that it doesn't show what the face down is when you get it, so you have to flip to see what the card is. That's a weird glitch to happen, but fixable, I guess. So he flipped up the Sangan just to show us at home that it's Sangan. So not the best mind control in the world. I think if you still just want a roulette barrel, I think it would stink if you. No, because like the chances of rolling a double 4 is like very, very low. So you just pick the other number, right? No effect, though, from Roulette Barrel. Just keeping it on the board here. Asking if the flip summon a Sangan is good. Gonna tribute set. We didn't know Thunder Dragon was in the hand. Gonna go find Sinister Serpent and set a new card. Probably pass it back here. I don't think there's a reason to flip unless, like, you're trying to bait the torrential, but I don't think you torrential in this spot if you're Jukai. There's nothing that you're being really threatened by. Plus, it's Sangan. You're not going to torrential Sangan. DD Designator. Holy. What are we calling? Yeah, you declared activation, I believe. That is a coster, essentially. And this is a great way to play around it. So Regeki Break, discarding the Sinister Serpent that they called with DD Designator. Definitely backfired. Like, for sure backfired here. But they still do get to see the hand. It does say look at your opponent's hand. Oh, apparently not. Sure. Okay. No look then. Yeah, Andreas, to answer your question, there will be at least one more GOAT format championships. We're going to hit number 15 this year. There is also going to be a last chance qualifier tournament that will be held. Coming up soon is the luxury luxury championship series, which you can earn an invite. Top 4 will earn an invite in that tournament as well. You'll have to head over to Luxury, their Facebook group. I think it's Luxury Gaming, to check out details on that. There's also details on that in our Discord server as well. Should be a link to it in our announcements. And Patreon as well. If you subscribe to our Patreon, there are weekly tournaments and monthly tournaments through Patreon that you can sign up for and attempt to earn an invite in as well. You can also join our Discord and play in Academy League. Have to join the Jinzo and Tonic Discord. The Slifer and Ra level tournaments are held through that Discord. The Opolis level is held through the GoatFormat.com Discord. And Dueling Book Ladder, when that resets later in October, when the ban list should be coming around for Advanced Format, the top 4 of that will also earn an invite. So there's tons of Worlds invites still up for grabs here. Yeah, TK gave the ruling already, so they should be able to continue. I don't know what the holdup is. Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! You don't show your hand at all in verifications like this. Gonna move over to this match here between Tenply and Duck Duck Goose. We saw Duck Duck Goose a little bit earlier on in the stream. This is in loser's side. They are both find it here. I think this is losers round 2, 3, 4, 5. This is loser 6. So we will update this here. It's a tricky spot here for both duelists. Any sort of nickel and dime here in terms of life loss could be the end of the game. Took a while here, but finally seeing Blackluster Soldier use its ability to get rid of this face-down Dekoichi. There's tons of cards banished. Tenfly side. 2 cards left in deck for Duck Duck Goose, though. Tenfly may be looking at trying to survive as long as possible. Tsukiyomi that face down, or Tsukiyomi put the BLS face down. Wow, and then Nobleman get rid of the BLS. Jeez, may just win it by deck out here, Tenfly. But premature burial. Oh no, you picked the wrong card. Kind of had to though. Down to 1 card in the deck. Alright, so getting into game 2 here. Tenfly just get a T-set. Pass it back over to Duck. Thunder Dragon into Pot of Greed, followed up by Graceful Charity. Just have it all, buddy. Discarding the 2 Thunder Dragons as expected, following up with DD Warrior Lady, going to try to attack in here, see if this survives. Not today, we have a Sakuretsu armor from Tenply's side. Flip up the tomato here. In response, we're going to see a Trap Dust Shoot. So we see 2 Kaikos, Tribe, Sork, and Faith. Probably put the Tribe Infecting Virus back here, all things considered. Tenply doesn't want to add anything else to the board. Tomato here is just going to be attacking a token, it looks like. Followed up by a main phase 2, Nobleman to cross out on the Magician of Faith. Makes sense. And a set one for Tenply on his side. Pass it back over to Duck Duck Goose. So Tenply, it's kind of difficult because they pot greeted and Graceful Charity'd Thunder Dragons out of the deck, so Duck Duck just has a lot more cards here to work with. They do have a decent board position. I mean, it's not like super incredible or anything. It's just a Mystic Tomato and a set card. Has to deal with 2 Scapegoat tokens. This could easily be cleaned up by Metamorphosis. It's just the onus is on Duck Duck Goose now to do anything about the situation. Yeah, I think TK needs to hit this man with a slow play warning. But I can't message him because I am not his friend. Yeah, that's why I can't do that. Folks, I went away from a game. Was having an issue. Just to walk into another game that's having even more issue. Well, interesting decision here to summon Spell Canceller versus this deck, but you get it. Pretty good here. Took a while, but pretty good. From Spell Canceller is that it doesn't trade favorably with Kaiko here, but Kaiko was attacking the DD Warrior Lady anyway, kind of not that good. Mirror Force is going to take care of it. Templi summoning Magician of Faith here. Gonna smash it right into that Spell Canceller. This way, putting a light in the graveyard. Gonna be able to special summon Chaos Sorcerer here, or BLS. Chaos Sorcerer's gonna be the play. And that's a misplay, but okay. Should have 1000% banished the DD Warrior Lady. You can keep that. You can keep that that Spell Canceller on the board. It shuts off their spells too, especially right now because you're losing the game. Unless that is a Scapegoat face down, it possibly could be. But yeah, I think the right move there is to get rid of the DD Warrior Lady, because that's the actual threat on the board, not the Spell Canceller. I don't believe that there is a light in Duck Duck's graveyard either. Oh, there are just nothing but lights in Duck Duck's graveyard. Either way, they don't have a dark in the graveyard, so they can't get the get a Chaos Monster out to deal with your Chaos Monster to begin with. Now, if Duck Duck does somehow play a Monarch, that is unfortunate here for Templi's side, but I guess that works as well. I still think that it's possibly better to keep the Spell Canceller on the board to begin with. Because here it turns off all the spells in on your opponent's turn, and now you get to use it. And if you drew a spell for the turn, like Pot of Greed, you get to just add it back. So this whole board state's looking a lot different here for Templi. They were able to, just off the back of this Chaos Sorcerer MST combination, deal with all the monsters that are a threat on Duck Duck's side, and is keeping a Dark out of the graveyard for Chaos. Now, a Dark is very easy to get in the graveyard, especially right now with the Chaos Sorcerer in attack mode. It might have just been better to declare the effect of Chaos Sorcerer, but yeah, right here, see, you put it in attack mode, now he can just summon and crash, just like you did with your Magician of Faith. You kind of taught him how to do that. Now, this could be huge bait, right? What Templi could be doing here is that face down card is a Book of Moon, so when Duck Duck summons their own Chaos Sorcerer, they could Book of Moon their Chaos Sorcerer face down, flip it back face up, and then get rid of the Chaos Sorcerer that's in the hand. That is a level of foresight that I'm not sure Templi is on, and it's not where we're gonna not what we're gonna see happen here. Scapegoats in the end phase, though, could have a Metamorph in hand, but honestly, I don't think it's good to force the issue of Chaos Sorcerer down. It's better to just keep it off board. They could have just set the deco as well. They didn't have to summon and crash it immediately. Some lag here on Tenply's end. Yeah, especially if Tenply didn't have a follow-up for the scapegoat. I don't know why you would use it in the first place. Unless you've seen Solemn Judgments and are trying to play around Solemns. Because now you just goat locked yourself. Rough. Ooh, BLS though. And a Jinzo for good measure over top of the Chaos Sorcerer. But not electing to banish that face down. Just instead going to clear the tokens. That's because, just like you, I have a knock for backup as well. Tricky spot. Now see, this all started because he was able to stick that Chaos Sorcerer. He was able to even get the Chaos Sorcerer out to begin with. You let him do that by switching your Chaos Sorcerer to attack. But he just kept it in defense. And that's going to put the nail in the coffin for Tenply, unfortunately. Duck Duck Goose is going to move on loser's side. And we are going to take another quick break, but we will be back in just a few moments with more GOAT Format Championship 14 action. Thanks again for sticking around. Hope you'll stick with us through this break as well. And welcome back, everybody, to Go Format Championship 14. Thank you for sticking around in our extended break there. Some updates on the bracket. We're very much further behind in the loser side of the bracket, but winners finals is among us. We are... It is going to be Artsone versus James Ark in the winners finals. We will go to that game once the duelists are ready. They have elected to take a break, and we've allowed them to have a break because we have tons of losers matches still going on. No rush. We will get to that match, and we will stream the winners finals. Both of those players have earned invites to the World Championships. They already have their invites to the World Championships. Artsone won GFC 13. And that is how he got his invite. And James Ark was top duelist on the Dueling Book ladder, I believe, for last season. So they are earning seeding points heading into the World Championships, and obviously more points in the Player of the Year race as well. But right now here we have Soul Master Matt, who we saw a little bit earlier today, taking on Nasty Beast 96. I said Among Us when I should have said Upon Us. That was my mistake. We all make quirky mistakes like that, don't we? It looks like it's a Warrior Mirror match here. I believe Matt was on Warriors the last time we took a peek. Premature Burial on the Blade Knight. This is a big Blade Knight. This can deal with a number of the monsters on the board here. I think you want to attack the Breaker, but instead you're going to elect to attack the Ninja Grandmaster. If this attack goes through, looks like it is successful. And then a set card now for Matt's side. So the Breakers have to trade with each other, but Zing Zang Hu, we saw this earlier in the day. It's going to get Solemn Judgmented. Oh no! Oh, that was what he wanted to do, so you can attack the face down at 2000 and negate the flip effect if it is a flip effect monster. But it wasn't. It was DD Warrior Lady. But if NB has Chaos Sorcerer in the hand, yeah, okay, so this is heads up, actually. It looked at on surface level that NB made a mistake to ram his Breaker thinking that they would crash, but it all worked out for him in the end. Was able to bait a Solemn Judgment with that Zing Zang. And now Chaos Sorcerer's on the board, but gonna be met with Widespread Ruin. Solemn Judgment of NB's own. Gonna take care of Kaiko the Ghost Destroyer. Looking at the grave right after you drew. Did you get your own Chaos Monster? Nope. This was fishing for Rhoda. I mean, you're probably gonna be activating that regardless, even if you look in the graveyard. Exiled Force for the Chaos Sorcerer. Top deck from NB, just a back row. Back row for Soul as well. Dust Tornado taking care of yours. Another draw for NB. See if it's a monster big enough, and it is with the Blade Knight. And now we're 1-1 here. So there was a tie. Okay, I misread it there. There was a tie in the first match. Interesting. In one of the matches previously, at least. Probably Ring of Destruction shenanigans were afoot. So, Matt's going to start off here with Delinquent Duo. That's going to get rid of 2 water monsters in Tribe Infecting Virus and Mobius the Frost Monarch. Uh-oh. Ignore that. Smashing Ground for Skill Dark Magician here. Is Kaiko gonna hit? NB's thinking about it. Ring of Destruction. Solemnir Ring of Destruction, so keep it on board. Take 1650 instead of 18. And deal with 2 Chaos monsters in the, or the Light and Dark monsters in the graveyard. Break of the Magical Warrior can't break here. Has to just add the counter. But Matt is going to think on this one. He's going to say, yeah, that's fine. Here's the attack, Mirror Force. You love to Mirror Force a breaker with a counter on it. Just a very strong feeling. All right, are you a master, Matt? This is the true test. Yes, he will do it. Top 2, getting rid of Sakuretsu Armor and Mirror Force. Banishing both of the water monsters. Interesting picks. Actually, good picks. And the mid-defeat, top 2 from Donzalug, coming in clutch there, getting rid of both the Sakuretsu Armor and the Mirror Force so that they could not be drawn. And that is why you always hit top 2, kids. Congratulations to Matt. Moving on in the loser's bracket here. Gonna take a peek over here at Jama Bounty's game. Saw them earlier in the day versus Insidious. Looks like both these players are at 1-1. This is game 3. The Bounty is on 1500 life, but has a Death Wombat and a Chaos Sorcerer on the board. Beast is his opponent, also known as Crops here on Discord. And Beast has a bunch of beasts in the graveyard. Looks like they're playing Panda Burn, a deck that has been seeing a rise in popularity since it's very good at attacking these Chaos strategies that play, like the Chaos Turbo decks that play the Spies and the even the Chaos Control decks that have Scapegoats. Very good at attacking from the angles that those decks want to play on. However, versus Warrior, not that great. I mean, Bounty's not on a Warrior package per se. They are playing a lot of traps in their deck, though, and they are playing... Karibo in the side is interesting. I think they were on like a Chaos Return deck when we saw them earlier. Yeah, I believe they're on Return here. So, I mean, the Solemns aren't particularly amazing when you have Return in your deck. Neither is Return. So tricky spot now that this Wombat is eliminated from the equation here. Burn cards are live. Secret Barrel won't be enough, I don't think, to... Only 6 cards, so that's doing 12, 100 off, but a burn card on top of that, or something like a Ojama Trio will do the trick to give the Bounty more than enough cards to deal enough damage there. Breaker the Magical Warrior. Thumbs up. It's resolving. Is it going to use priority, or is Lebowdy going to use priority to activate Breaker, remove the counter, and pop the back row here? Hit is at 1800. Lebowdy's just going to attack. No fear of Magical Cylinder. Oh my gosh, if Beast has a Ojama Trio, you'll flip up Ojama Trio, give your opponent 3 more things, that puts Panda up to 33, and that's 1400, because the Breaker's at 19. But no Ojama Trio here. He asked for the battle step, and everything was fine. So now, does Bounty want to attack with Chaos Sorcerer is the question. No, they do not. And Breaker's going to activate now, and it's going to chain the secret barrel. Any other chains? Taking 1200 here. Any point of burn is lethal now. Chaos Sorcerer effect going to banish the Breaker. This way, they're taking less damage from... I'm not sure. I guess if they summon a Panda, then Panda would kill them here. But there's like 2 Pandas gone. What could you possibly top deck, right? Beast is just looking for a burn card. Ashura Priest is the summon for the bounty. Then Gravity Bind comes through. Yeah, okay. I see why you wouldn't want to Gravity Bind. But look at it this way. They attack, you Gravity Bind. They may use Chaos Sorcerer on your Panda, and the Secret Barrel that you have face down is lethal the next turn if they don't break it. Because they may use Chaos Sorcerer on the Panda, then they draw into another card for their 7th card. And Secret Barrel will kill them. So I don't know, maybe you should have Gravity Bind at that situation. I guess it depends on if because they were playing around Secret Barrel to begin with, so I guess it depends on if you believe that they're going to Chaos Sorcerer your Panda in that case. They may just Breaker the face down anyway, and then Chaos Sorcerer their guy away. I think that Secret Barrel is the card that is going to win you the duel, so you want to try to protect that as much as possible, or get value out of it as much as possible. I mean, they did hit it, and now they're prolonging the duel. They just need to find something on top of this Gravity Bind. It's going to let them win. I mean, there's got to be a flip effect monster that if they flip it face up, it deals like 100 damage, right? Like, I'm not making that up. There's definitely a flip monster that does something like that. Ooh, a giant germ would be very funny. Jakuichi, gonna be the draw. Gonna be a draw for La Bounty here. trying to look for something to deal with that last back row. I mean, well, Bounty could still use Solemn to prevent the last points of burn damage from defeating him. Beast just trying to navigate through the back row here, see if they can resolve burn successfully. That, or if they can sneak in a Panda attack. If they can get something through for 100 points of damage, they win the duel. There's the Panda now. Well, Bounty's gonna think on this one. I mean, they could Solemn it, but... Ooh, Torrential Tribute. Getting rid of Big Shield Gardener. Yeah, and if that was a Geometry down, couldn't chain a Geometry out. Now imagine if it was a Geometry and they just forgot that they could flip it, lock their opponent out of zones. That Torrential wouldn't have been possible. Secret Barrel here in main phase 1. Yeah, it's going to be met with a Solemn, like we said. Solemn's, again, interesting in this matchup because you can save Solemn Judgment for the last point of burn damage. Just make your opponent have more than one piece of interaction. Still only one Just Desserts left, and one Secret Barrel still in the game as well. Has Beast have any power cards? No Pot or Graceful for Beast on their end, so they could potentially find stuff to like dig them out of this hole anyway. Oh, wow. Level limit and wave motion cannon. Putting all their cards on the table, this is what I got. So, you gotta deal with something. Gonna go down to 25. I mean, we saw the bounty dip down to 75 life earlier in the game. Now he's at 25 versus Burn. Bounty just does not give up. No Mina Crossout hits Big Shield Gardna. Insane. Another wave motion cannon here from Beast Beast's side. Looks like that one's resolving. No Solemn Judgment for the bounty here. One turn. Will that stick on the board? The bounty's got to be extra careful here. Could still have Heavy Storm available to him. Can just use Heavy Storm here. But can't really attack because, like, he can't crash a monster to switch the Garda into attack or he just dies. MST was the top deck. No way! The Bounty's deck just doesn't want him to lose. Alright, Beast Beast, it's on you again. Can you find a way to deal 25 damage to your opponent? Gonna set another card here. No Dust Tornado from the Bounty's side. You gotta think those are just nothing that's really gonna be interacting with Beast Beast as well. No flip up from Beast Beast's side, so it's not a burn spell. Here's another set, though. Because if that's a burn spell, I'm just jamming it in the end phase. I'm saying, you gotta out this. Graceful Charity. I didn't even look at the bounty to see if they used any power. They have used a Pot of Greed. Delinquent Duo would be very bad. Now they flip to Just Desserts. Oh, and that's it. Turn too late on the Graceful Charity, but was able to. Oh, we had the Hallowed Life Barrier, but just couldn't find it. Dust Tornado would have been the draw as well, and Beast Beast is gonna take out John the Bounty, who refused to quit in both feature matches that we featured him in. Unfortunately, was on the losing end both times. But geez, what a stellar player! Just knew exactly what he needed to do in every matchup that he was in here. Congrats to Beast Beast, moving on still in the losers bracket. We're going to take a look here. Moving over after that game. This is still losers 7, I believe. It's Duck Duck Goose for Johnny Lee slash tap. Johnny is down a game here. But has a BLS on the board and just resolved Pot of Greed, so maybe we'll be going up a game in just a moment. Let me make sure this is loser 7. That's actually losers round 8. Let me update that. Double check my math. Oh, I apologize. This is still losers round 7. Okay. Whoopsie. That last round was actually losers 6. So this is still loser 7 here. I believe that's a face down BLS that we have here on Johnny's side. Was doing this to protect, was flip-flopping the BLS with Tsukiyomi to try to protect it from Snatch Steal, which would have been very devastating, but instead going to be met with Nope and a crossout. After sacrificing Sangan to tribute summon Thunder Dragon, got a search off there. Regeki Break is going to deal with Thunder Dragon, though. And we're going to add our Sinister back in the standby phase. So Johnny's in a pretty good position. Johnny's been making very deep runs into GOAT format tournaments as of late. Here comes Sagan, gonna take care of that last GOAT token on the board. And another monster. Sagan's just everybody's friend. He's just here to help everybody out. And set back row, set monster. Don't remember what he picked up. It might have been a Faith. That or it was the Sinister Serpent. Either way, it's going to get Nobleman. That was Dekoichi. So no more Dekoichis from either player. And DD Warrior Lady is going to join our friend Sangan on the board. Hit Duck Duck for 25, dropping him down to 16. Duck Duck off the top, what do you got? A Chaos Monster, that might do it. A good one to have, the Blackluster Soldier, going to use priority most likely here. Banish that DD Warrior Lady, get that out of the way. No response here on Johnny's end. Just going to pass it on over. And there's Regeki Break. Gonna end the day here, or end the game for Duck Duck. Gonna move on to game 3 here. Attack it for 21. We knew the Tsukiyomi was in the hand. Moving on to game 3 here. Duck's gonna start us off. Thunder Dragon, followed up by Pot of Greed, followed up by Graceful Charity. Will we see a Trinity here? No duo, it looks like. Just gonna add Sag into the board. 2 back row as well. Trap Dust Shoot. It's gonna be the play in draw phase here. Seeing a hand of Upstart, Snatch, Duo, Tsukiyomi, Charity. Not sure what the card they put back was. Gonna Duo here first. Gonna get rid of Novemeta Crossout off the random discard. And a DD Warrior Lady off of Goose's pitch. Upstart Goblin's gonna cycle. And now a set monster here from Slash Tap. So evening out a little bit, not a whole lot, but getting rid of 2 cards in the hand. Knowing that you can play Duo safely into a grip that doesn't have Thunder Dragon in it is always pretty rewarding. And this Sangen's going to attack it, but it's just going to be the Tsukiyomi that Duck saw earlier from the Trap Dust Shoot. Tsukiyomi's going to reset itself now. Mind Control here, gonna get a Magical Merchant. Magical Merchant's going to mill away a Spy and a Thunder Dragon for Regeki Break is going to be the pickup off of Magical Merchant. I don't think you want to flip your Tsukiyomi and reset that. That's just me. So yeah, not adding anything to the board after the mind control. Duck Duck can't get around this Tsukiyomi, so it's just gonna set a monster in response here. Probably the Regeki Break that was picked up in the back row there for Slash Tap. Now Slash Tap's gonna add a Sure Priest to the board, try to clear away these monsters. Attacking the Magical Merchant in the front there. Probably is gonna attack the face down as well after clearing the Sangan too. Sangan effect's going to resolve. Maybe some lag on Duck's end here. Should be searching. Trap Dust Shoot on Duck's standby phase here. Or after they pass priority. Chaos Sorcerer coming down for Duck's side after Trap Dust Shoot resolved, presumably putting back a card better than Chaos Sorcerer. I missed whatever he put back. Johnny didn't write what was in the hand down, so I'm not sure what it was. Probably BLS if you're going to put back something here that's not Chaos Sorcerer. And that Sorcerer's just going to go face down because it's attacking into Tsukiyomi. Now Johnny has the ability to Regeki break it now, or you can use a Nobuna Crossout on it. He could have Regeki breaked it last turn, but decided not to. Probably because he didn't have great targets for Regeki break the discard. It didn't seem like Tsukiyomi was doing much anyway. There wasn't really a good reason to Regeki break in that spot anyway. Charity discards are Ashura Priest and Snatch Steel. Gravekeeper Spy's now going to be able to pressure on Johnny. I mean, Duck-Duck's in a weird spot. They're probably thinking about flipping the Sorcerer here. They already committed to putting the Gravekeeper Spy in attack mode, so they're probably going to attack with them. They just decided to attack with the Spies, didn't want to flip the Can Sorcerer up, fearing that Mirror Force could clear out their entire board. But instead, a Sheriff Priest is going to come down on Slashtap's side, going to try to clear out these Gravekeeper Spies. Duck-Duck's just going to take 1,000, and then we're going to pass it on back. Now we're deciding to flip up Chaos Sorcerer. Seems fine now. Could trade 1 for 1 with the Mirror Force, could trade 2 for 1 with the Regeki Break, depending on what Slashtap decides to discard. Double tribute here for Dark Magician of Chaos. This is not the first time we've seen this on stream. Gonna get back Graceful Charity. Discarding Kaiko and Torrential Tribute. Mirror Force here on D-Mock. I mean, Duck was right. Duck saw Johnny's hand, didn't he, with Trap Dusher? Yeah, so he might have knew the Mirror Force was there. we were unaware because Duck didn't write down what was in the hand. Oh no, he did. Never mind. It was Upstart Snatch Duo, so he knew he didn't have it, but he was playing around it. Johnny was the one who dust shooted, and we didn't know the hand. So now Call the Haunted, still in the battle phase. This time for Kaiko. That's going to be the target. Now Johnny can use Regeki Break here. Destroy the Call of the Haunted so that Kaiko never comes out. Instead, going to use Torrential Tribute. So Duck was able to take care of 2 back rows. Johnny not using Torrential Tribute on the Spy Summon makes sense because that wasn't a special, still had the normal to work with. Apologies, everybody, for had a mishap with drinking water. You know how it goes. So my control, taking this Magician of Faith, pretty good mind control. And for everybody watching at home, after this match, we're going to go over to the winners finals. They're going to start for us whenever this match finishes. So fun fact, if you are coughing when you have something stuck in your throat, you're not choking. It means air is getting out of your throat there. So it's definitely just uncomfortable. So Graceful Charity was the pickup for Johnny on the opposing side's Magician of Faith. Now, they stole this Magician of Faith from Duck Duck, discarding Gravekeeper, Spy, and Thunder Dragon from the hand. Now, Sure Priest is going to come out. Presumably going to attack in here for 17. Presuming that there's just a ton of lag going on today. That's why it's taking a while for the attack to go through. Oh, deciding they want to use Regeki Break instead to MST a back row. Interesting choice. I guess this could prompt the Scapegoat activation. It's going to be Book of Moon targeting his own Magician of Faith. And now we're going to banish the Light in the Dark. See if it's the big man himself or if it's little bitty Chaos Sorcerer. So going to attack with both of them here. They're both going to connect. It's going to deal 4,000 to Duck Duck. Instead opting to Scapegoat, why even summon them all? Just a waste of time. You're just going to attack them all anyway. So conservative play by Johnny here to not put the BLS down. This is to play around something like Torrential Tribute, even though Torrential Tribute's in the graveyard, but this is also to play around something like Mirror Force mainly. Because if you just summon on your dudes and attack in, you're losing to Mirror Force there. Or this way, you get to still attack in, deal a good amount of damage, and now you have Blackluster Soldier banishing your opponent's Magician of Fate so it doesn't get to resolve. And you dealt with both back rows this way. So I really like that play by Johnny. But Chaos Sorcerer of Duck Duck's own is going to be able to pick off this BLS. Don't think Johnny's too upset about that one because it served its purpose. Now here's Breaker the Magical Warrior in the main phase 2. After another set card. So yeah, Chaos Sorcerer is going to pick off this opposing Chaos Sorcerer. Summoning the Breaker here means that Johnny can't summon a Shura Priest, or else yeah, just can't summon a Shura Priest because it can't beat over it. The Breaker has a counter on it, so it's 1900. But Duck Duck's got to find an answer to this Chaos Sorcerer. That's going to be Johnny's own Magician of Faith that this Breaker's going to poke at. If I'm Johnny, I probably just pick up the most simple option, and Snatch Steal is the most simple option in this case. Because Snatch Steal is effectively an MST here, and that's very good. So yeah, Snatch Steal first action. You don't have to worry about Regeki Break, but you do have to worry about this MST. But you can just Chaos Sorcerer away this guy here, this Breaker. Let's attack in with the... Yeah, this is good. MST on the Mirror Force now. Puts the Duck Duck in top decking mode. Down to 1100. So yeah, good trade with the MST there. And now, defense mode Chaos Sorcerer. Don't really think there's a reason to put this in defense mode. There's not a whole lot that Duck Duck has in the deck, in the arsenal, that can beat over the Chaos Sorcerer to begin with. I guess if they do use Premature Burial, they can't even Premature Burial their own BLS back. Both the BLSs are banished. Oh, well, BLS is in play still. That would attack for 73 or 37, mixing up the numbers. But looks like Duck Duck Goose didn't have an out to Chaos Sorcerer or Shura Priest. So we are going to move on here to the winners finals. It's going to be James Ark versus Artsone. Artsone, the winner of GOAT Format Championship 13. Going up against James Ark. Both players already have their invites here. Like I mentioned before, Artsone, champion of GOAT Format Championship 13. But James Ark qualified for the GOAT Format World Championships via the Dueling Book ladder. Again, we give out invites to those who perform highly on the ladder, the top 4 to be exact, throughout a season of Dueling Book, which is every ban list for the advanced format. Alright, so we're going to get into it here. Artsone is going to start us off with a Pot of Greed. Upstart Goblin. T-set pass? Or just one set? How many cards are you going to set down? T-set. Classic. Classic dueling. No, I'm going to cross out. Going to take care of this Dekoichi that was set across the table from James. And both Noblemans are going to trade for Dekoichis on both ends here. I believe they're both on Chaos Control style decks. I know James is, but yeah, both of them are on Chaos Control decks. Some different takes on how to implement the strategy from both of them, but similar goals that they have. Control the game, go over the top of Chaos Monsters. Thunder Dragon and Upstart Goblins here from James's side. Both of them on the Upstart Goblin package. Some people swear by Upstart Goblin. They think it's good in the format. Other people don't think it's worth it. I'm kind of flip-floppy on it. I feel like there are some decks that benefit from it. It definitely makes early Magician of Fates a bit better because you get your card right back. A lot of people don't think that it's going to be Magician of Faith. They might hold a Nobleman. Even if they don't have Nobleman, you still get a spell back there that's decent enough that draws you to your next card. And obviously it makes your deck thinner, right? You're playing 38 cards instead of having to play 40. Definitely very, very powerful. Limited to 2 in this format. And just drawing and passing here for James. Just going to discard the Thunder Dragon at the end of the turn. Just get that out of the hand. And drawing and setting for Artsone. It's kind of how these mirrors go. Both players are going to trade a little bit of resources and whittle each other down until one of them can mount some sort of offense against the other. Artsone finds their Thunder Dragon. Gonna go and grab that. Now, control decks usually use Metamorphosis. And what Metamorphosis does is allow you to play into certain lines that other Chaos decks don't have the ability to do. Being able to use Metamorphosis on your Thunder Dragon, you can use Metamorphosis on your Chaos Sorcerer as well. We've seen a whole bunch of plays from James that they've used their own BLS as a Metamorphosis target, using BLS to clear something and then turning it into a Gatling Dragon, and been able to OTK and navigate through boards that way. So Metamorph, a very, very good tool for both these players to have, especially in the mirror here. Someone puts out a Chaos Monster willy-nilly. Just might get eaten by a Thousand-Eyes Restrict by way of Metamorphosis. Now, James used a Heavy Storm to clear a bunch of back row, one of them being Artsone's own Heavy Storm. A Sakura Tsurama Regeki break as well. This was followed up by just 2 sets from James's end, and now a Royal Decree is going to lock down the trap cards in the back row on Artsone's side. Another set card from Artsone. So that one, if it's going to set, it's probably not a trap card, unless they have something to deal with the Royal Decree. Sangan now off the top for Artsone. Going to flip up a Nobleman to Crossout. No more Magician of Face now. Going to knock them out of the decks. And 2 out of the deck for Artsone. 2 out of the deck for James, and 3 in total. Breaker targeting the newest set here. It's gonna be MST. That's going to hit Scapegoat, so great pickup. That was not a great breaker here. I don't know why you would break this face down knowing that it was going to be chainable. You'd have to think if they're going to set into Royal Decree that it was something that could be chained. I would have just gone for one of these back rows here. MST was pretty good. Got to pick off this Scapegoat. Scapegoat's not going to be able to resolve because Breaker the Magical Warrior was summoned, so you can't activate Scapegoat. Chaos Sorcerer going to come down, though, for James's end. I guess prompting the MST on the Scapegoat instead of it hitting the Royal Decree is pretty good. It's a trade-off. So Chaos Sorcerer was going to try to take out the Sangan, but Book of Moon is going to answer Chaos Sorcerer's effect. No more Nobleman of Crossouts, and no more Dark Monsters in the graveyard for James. But James does have 2 Dark Monsters on the board, so is fine to... is going to be able to get a Dark Monster in the graveyard pretty easily. And we'll see it here with Metamorph, just like I was talking earlier, use the Chaos Sorcerer's effect, but now can use Metamorph on Chaos Sorcerer, turning it into Dark Blade the Dragon Knight. This is a card that is picking up a lot of relevance as of very recently within recent developing, like how the meta game is shaped up. Ryu Senshi is really good still, but because a lot of people are playing these Chaos decks, what you can do is turn your Chaos Sorcerer into the Dark Blade and be able to do like a bigger Kaiko essentially. Banish monsters out of their graveyard. With Royal Decree locking the back rows down. It's a good, solid card for James to have access to and deal with any potential chaos threats. Now, discarding a light and a dark here. Here comes BLS. Wonder if you have a Snatch Deal. Yup, right on time. There's a Sure Priest, and that's going to be the game. Yeah, we had the same end, is what James is basically saying. But because James did the play first, Artsone was able to respond, just getting that Graceful Charity, putting him into the right position. Drawing all those cards is very powerful, and because of the Royal Decree, you know that you're kind of safe from any shenanigans that might be going on. That MST on the Scapegoat mattered a whole lot. Admits to top decking the Graceful Charity. What a good sport. Could have just lied and said I had it. I guess there's no reason to lie because you just check the replays, but... So James is going to start off game 2 here. Just a T-set. Sangan's going to be the summon, no Torrential, clearly. Followed by Mind Control. Flipping that up and getting a draw out of it. Very strong turn for Utsune. Going to deny that flip resolving for James. And pass backing to James' turn, just going to attack with Dekoichi. This will let Utsune search the deck because it just killed a Sangan. So what's our friend going to get us here? I would presume probably like Sinister Serpent, turn on that Regeki Break that's face down or something. Also just a good card to have in your hand. James hasn't done any more actions yet, hasn't summoned anything. Gonna use main phase 2 for all that. I think he's just gonna probably like set another monster. Setting a back row instead. It's probably a new card that they picked up. Yeah, sure, Priest is coming out. Saw the goats, so keeping this card in Utsune is. I'm going to cycle Book of Moon here. I'm sorry, he's going to actually use it on Ashura Priest. I guess if you know that the... you know that attack is most likely going to go through. It's definitely going to go through now. There's Scapegoat from Utsune's side. So, interesting position here for James. Still going to have to attack this now. They couldn't really keep the Ashura Priest there because it's a Spirit Monster. So then he would have been Utsune would have been Goat Locked. If that wasn't a Spirit Monster, they could have just like put their guy in defense and just let it fly that way. Now, Light and Dark in the graveyard for Utsune, but not going to put anything down just yet. And James, respectable, not going to attack into any of the goat tokens here. Doesn't need to be aggressive. Can just have their opponent stay in one available monster zone. Now, Graceful Charity is a huge pickup here for Utsune. Going to be able to draw 3 new cards, discarding the Sinister Serpent. Going to retain that in the next standby phase if it sticks in the graveyard. What was this other discard? I didn't see it. It was card destruction. Yeah, I feel like that's a pretty good discard. Don't think you want to give your opponent a new hand in this scenario here, even if it may look alluring to you to get some new cards yourself. It's a double-edged sword there. Upstart Goblin going to get a new card for Artsone on top of the Graceful Charity. And, yeah, just pass it back, and then James is just going to do the same. Draw a card, set it, pass back. So neither one wants to put out more cards than they need to. Probably are just looking for pieces in order to try to OTK the other one, but what Artsone needs to do is get some defense here so that they don't get blown out. But this is peak Yu-Gi-Oh! This is exactly what Kazuki Takahashi envisioned when he invented the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Just drawing and passing. Goat tokens in defense mode. So Artsone is going to decide now's the time to throw down Chaos Sorcerer. So, activating priority, but going to be chained to with Torrential Tribute. That's going to take care of the goats and the Chaos Sorcerer, as well as James's Jukoichi. No more lights in the graveyard for Artsone. Hasn't seen Thunder Dragon yet. Kaiko coming out, but gonna be met with goats on Artsone's side. Deciding not to attack again. Now discarding Thunder Dragon, gonna find two more. And I know that he wished that resolved here. Ooh. Just went straight to main phase 1. Oh, okay. Goat's on James's side. Probably going to be a second Ashura Priest, right, from Artsone, if they're going to book a Moon that. Maybe they don't do anything and goat lock James? A plus Vic, the deck list for this event will be published on goatformat.com sometime after the event is finished, probably within the week or so. It won't be 2 weeks or anything like that, but the top 8 deck list will be up. There are feature deck lists on the site right now of some duelists who brought interesting and unique deck lists along with interviews with those players. There will also be top 4 interviews for the top 4 competitors. Both of these players will be interviewed, as well as the other 2 players in the top 4 that have yet to be determined yet. So head on over. Everyone should head on over to goatformat.com, and everyone should join the Discord server if you haven't already, to learn about upcoming events and to get involved and earn your spot at the World Championships of Go format later this year, October. Earn that sweet, sweet belt on your screen right now. Wow, okay, so no follow-up. Tribute summon Thunder Dragon. Then going to use Metamorphosis for Reaper on the Nightmare, and that's going to take out the Delinquent Duo. I love this play. Absolutely love a Reaper on the Nightmare play. Yeah, I mean that was a sick play because James knew that the Sinister Serpent wasn't in the graveyard. Artsone didn't add that back in their standby phase. Oh no! Wow! Kaiko is the play here. That is going to be a free attack into the Reaper on the Nightmare. The Reaper on the Nightmare doesn't die. It has to switch to defense now. And they're still goat locked out of it, which is the most important thing on this here. Ooh. So both players goat locked. One player has a Kaiko, the other player has Reaper on the Nightmare. Obviously, they can't keep that Reaper in attack mode because they're just going to lose their entire they're just going to lose their entire banish pile, or their entire graveyard if they do that. It's not really worth it, especially in the sense that Sinister Serpent is in Artsone's hand. Now Thousand Ice Restrict is going to come down, going to start clearing the goat tokens out. This is great with the Kaiko, because the Kaiko prevents any Chaos monsters from coming out. What it doesn't prevent, however, is a second Metamorphosis from James Ark's side. But here comes Tribe Infecting Virus, and that's going to be able to clear both the tokens and the spellcasters that are on the board. This is also going to set up Chaos in the graveyard for... Oh my god, and then Metamorph on top of it just to clear everything off. Summon BLS. So how much is this? This is so he actually gains 100 here because they already took that off. Oh, it's lethal anyway. Doesn't matter. So that's the power of the Chaos Control deck, is that they can. It looks like it does nothing for a while until it amasses the card advantage in the hand, and then just spits out a really cool board with like a fusion that you get off of Metamorph, Chaos Sorcerer, BOS, and then whatever guy you had on the board to begin with as your normal summon as well. OTK potential abound. Game 3 here, Art Sony's going to start off Pot of Greed, following off with Trap Dust Shoot. And we're going to get a Banish hand, finally. Magician of Faith is going to go back as it's the only monster here. Scapegoat, Pot of Greed, Snatch, Meta, and Torrential Tribute. That's what Art Sony's got to deal with. Pot of Greed is going to find 2 new cards for James's side. Gonna set a card and then follow it with Thunder Dragon. Regeki Break after the Thunder Dragon resolves, gonna get rid of this face down here. Get rid of the Differential Tribute that we already knew about. And not going to set any other cards here. Had the ability to set the Scapegoat, but decided not to. Oh, unless this was the end of turn. It's kind of, I might have missed it depending on how the phase button was looking. Graceful Charity, though. Discarding the Sinister Serpent that we just picked back up. Probably was the top deck from Artsone's side. Still no monster follow-up as well from James Art. So 2 Thunder Dragons in the hand, Snatch, Steal, Metamorphosis, and Scapegoat. The Scapegoat kind of rendered useless here, thanks to the Ashura Priest in Artsone's hand. Same with the Snatch Steal as well. Snatch Steal can't really come out and do anything. Ashura Priest is going to be the summon. Nomen Cross out now is the follow-up. A good sequencing, I mean, that does play around Torrential Tribute, but we know Torrential Tribute's already in the graveyard. And it's going to be met with Ring of Destruction, so he knows all the cards in the hand now. Thunder Dragon from Artsone's side. Followed up by Tribe Infecting Virus of his own. That's going to take care... Or that's going to poke in for 1600. I wonder if it's going to debate on flipping up Scapegoat here in the end phase. Yep. Scapegoat going to come out. You can see a Metamorph that we know is in the hand. So now there's 2 cards in this hand that we are... Actually, I think 3... Yeah, no, 2 cards in this hand that we're not familiar with. So there's 2 Thunder Dragons and Snatch Steel still in the hand. And card that was drawn for turn last turn, and 1 from this turn. Tribe Infecting Virus is going to be taken with the 1000 Inch Restrict. It's going to be in attack mode. And here we go. We're going to attack in for 16. Sone doesn't have the Ashura Priest anymore. Doesn't have Tribe Infecting Virus to deal with this 1000 Eyes Restrict. Let's check the graveyard. There is a dark card in the graveyard, dark monster in the form of Dukoichi. Lackluster Soldier coming down for Sone here. In defense position, this is awkward. Gonna deal with the face down. Now has to decide. Now has to play around Snatch Steal. There's another Trap Dust Shoot coming out. Seeing Snatch Steal. So it was Snatch Steal, Thunder Dragon, BLS, and Dukoichi, I believe, is what we saw. I mean, probably that BLS is leaving the hand. Yeah, and there's the Book of Moon. Wasn't going to summon that BLS without having some sort of form of protection to begin with. Okay, so gonna summon Thunder Dragon to get the Dark in the graveyard. Summon the Chaos Sorcerer. Now still thinking here. Take a look at the graveyard here. Just a Thunder Dragon in the graveyard for James Art. Okay, so he's gonna risk it on Gatling Dragon. So what he can do here is he can Gatling Dragon and try to hit 2 heads. If he hits 2 heads, that's the end of the duel. 3 heads is fine. Live by the flip, die by the flip. If he hits 3 heads, he can just destroy the Chaos Sorcerer that's in attack mode. There's 1. 50-50. There's 2. And Artsone is moving on to the grand finals. Oh gosh. I just accidentally ruined the stream. Alright. I'll fix this when it happens later. So Artsone's moving on to the grand finals. Artsone won Goat Format Championship 13. Scully, he did banish with Sorcerer. He summoned the, he summoned Thunder Dragon to get the Chaos Fodder in the, graveyard for Sorcerer. Because he had to banish the, what's it called? The Thousand Eyes Restrict on the board. So we are going to hop over to winner's side. Or, sorry, loser's side. I think this is round... Losers round 9, it looks like. And that's going to be Insidious versus Crops. We can find them here. So Insidious versus Beast. Looks like Insidious won game 1. Yeah, we've seen a lot of Gatling Dragon today, and it's come up big time for the duelists that have been using it. And there's Howl of Life Barrier, a card that I've been touting for a long time. Both this and Pikaru's Circle of Enchantment. Blackluster Soldier coming out and banishing Nimble Mamanga. Just as you say, Gatling Dragon coming out for Insidious' side. Must have been paying attention to the stream. Remarking about how we can Gatling Dragon here. So Insidious looking for just a heads. And that'll do it. Right on the money here. Oh, that was actually 2 heads. So gonna get rid of a token as well, which is important. Actually gonna get rid of both tokens instead. Is gonna just set across a monster here and a back row, but that back row is gonna get picked off by MST. Kind of joined the game in the middle of this game too. So not sure if those tokens that are on the board right now are Scapegoat tokens or if they're Ojama tokens. The 2 Ojama trios have been activated, so I'm going to presume that they're Ojama tokens. I kind of wish as burn players, you like change your token to the one of the Ojamas. I think that's one of the options that you can change the token to, and then like give them to your opponent. That way you can tell the difference. Just let them know that these are Ojama tokens. It's a very minor thing, but it would help for our purposes here to make sure that those are Ojama tokens. I'm pretty sure that they are. And if that's the case, then Insidious should have took damage for those tokens. Oh no, he used Hollow Life Barrier that turn, so he will not take damage for those tokens. So I think the reason why you don't get rid of Panda is because you want to open up zones for yourself so you can set your monsters, but you also had something like Mirror Force in the back that you're going to be able to deal with the Panda anyway. Wow, using Hollow Life Barrier on their own turn. So that's actually going to go through this attack from the Panda. It's going to take 16 in the process. Panda was pumped up to 28 there. Gatling only has 12 defense. And there's a looming doom with this wave motion cannon. It's actually Beast is going to fire this off. Oh, but chaining another Hallowed Life Barrier, discarding the Metamorphosis. Gotcha. What a card. See what Insidious has in the graveyard. Insidious does have a Heavy Storm left. So if that face downs Magician of Faith, they could flip up the Faith here, get Heavy Storm. maybe make a play that way. Instead it was Sangan. I'm gonna snatch steal the panda. Ooh, it's gonna be Injection Fairy Lily is the face down. That's got a surprisingly big defense here. Panda can't attack over it. Panda's only at 13 right now. Main phase 2, gonna Metamorphosis away the Sangan. Gonna get the Wicked Knight. Dragoness the Wicked Knight. Go find Sinister Serpent. I don't know if that's the right call. Unless that face down's Regeki Break. I would've got Magician of Faith or something, right? Well, I guess Magician of Faith isn't that good if you've Snatch Stolen the Panda. Because you can't get back Heavy Storm in that case. You could get back Pot of Greed. Insidious used all 3 of their Metamorphs. Discarded 1 for the Hollow Life Barrier. Yeah, Fairy Lily surprisingly has a big booty. And got an extra 1,000 back from the Snatch deal. Yeah, but there's the Regeki Break. It makes sense why you get the Sinister Serpent then. Just looking at possible Faith lines. Insidious needs something like a... Where the Kree would be all right here. It's kind of stabilizing with these little guys. Oh, Big Shield Gardna. What an interaction between Big Shield Gardna and Level Limit. So, when you attack Big Shield Gardna, it gets changed to attack position at the end of the damage step, but Level Limit stays in defense because it's level 4. So really, really sick interaction there, actually. Now Beast could just sit on this Snatch Stolen Panda. Doesn't have to really worry about dying. Yeah, this is going to be tricky for Insidious to get out of. Used a lot of the anti-burn cards already. The Panda is a bit bigger now that there is another monster on the board to join. But only going to be taking 350 here. And that's going to find Gakugaira Panda again for Beast. And that Panda is much bigger than Insidious's. Going to the battle phase for Beast's side after drawing for a turn, deciding not to play a card. Going to attack into a Ojama token there. Again, do not be fooled, those are Ojama tokens. This panda is at 28, so they will be taking 18,300 on top of that. 21 total. Gonna drop Insidious down to 1,200. So now Sinister Serpent came down for Insidious' side, but Torrential Tribute was activated on Insidious' side, going to try to clear the board, though a burn card was changed. So that was going to wrap the duel up. We're moving on to game 3 here between Insidious and Beast, aka Crops here. Insidious managed to win a game pre-sideboard, so you have to think that the deck only gets better when you know you're going up against burn. You're able to side in stuff to specifically target burn strategies. I know Insidious, obviously we saw the Hollow Life Barrier, and they came in sort of clutch for Insidious, but was in a tricky spot already where it didn't really end up mattering too much. So we'll see how Insidious can adapt now and going first instead. It seemed like that the board position was already kind of locked down, so even though those Hollow Life Barriers kept them alive, they weren't really trading favorably with burn stuff. So Insidious starting off game 3 here with Thunder Dragon and then T-Set. The Panda coming out, but the Panda's going to run into a Gravekeeper Spy. Now this is awkward in the matchup. While Gravekeeper Spy does prevent Panda from attacking your life points, if Beast flips up a Ojama trio after priority is passed here, it ain't gonna be too good for for Insidious' turn. Gonna lock those zones down. And here it is. Gonna flip up Ojama Trio. And Insidious is gonna put them on the board. Pot of Greed, gonna find some new cards for Insidious' side. I mean, they could do a play where they tribute summon. And clear and like torrential tribute their own board to clear these tokens off. Instead, Insidious is opting to use main phase or Geki Break, target the Panda, and then just swing in for 24 and try to damage race him here. He's already done 700 to their life, but Insidious is going to get hit with the Just Desserts here from Crop's side. And then a T-set from... Or no, it was just a monster that was set. It's going to get Nobleman here. Get rid of the Nimble Manga. It's a great card to Nobleman in this matchup. Actually, all the cards are pretty good to Nobleman in this matchup. You don't want any of those going to the graveyard, to be honest. And 25, going to drop another 24 onto Beast's life total to drop him down to 25. So this is like what I was saying earlier with Spy, is that it's good and bad, because you get this offensive pressure, you get a good defender that can't be attacked over sometimes, but because it adds another one to the board, you get your zones locked out. Now here's a Thunder Dragon. This Thunder Dragon is going to try to attack over this face down here, and that's Cyber Jar. Now this is tricky, because this Cyber Jar could either cost Beast the game if it doesn't hit well for him. Oh, but those are 3 monsters, so pretty good Cyber Jar here from Beast. Gonna get Injection, Fairy Lily, Panda, and a Big Shield Gardna, along with Creature Swap and Level Limit Area B. Now it's Insidious. This gets no monsters. Oh, jeez. But does get some powerful cards in the wake of this. Ring of Destruction, Gnome, then a cross out, Book of Moon, Metamorphosis, and Torrential Tribute. So, Jar, I think this favors... It's kind of hard to tell. Does depend on what the other players have in their hand. If Insidious can't respond to the level limit, like, he has a way to clear all the monsters, which is good, in the form of Torrential Tribute. Creature Swap really isn't doing anything. He already used the normal summon. He's gonna get Sinister Serpent back, so he can summon the Sinister Serpent and tribute the board that way. It's good that he didn't get any monsters, because that puts on that turns on stuff like Just Desserts for more burn damage, but does have a lot of cards just total, so Secret Barrel can do a lot here. I think Secret Barrel's going to do about, let's count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, hold on, miscounted. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 22 from Secret Barrel, on top of 34 from Injection Fairy Lily will be enough, but that's if Beast has it. Ring of Destruction's also pretty interesting as well. If you don't have a burn card and you try to pump your Injection Fairy Lily, as long as Insidious doesn't have a monster, they can use Ring of Destruction on the panda. And the panda will be able to... And if the panda dies, then that's the game for Insidious' side there. Ring of Destruction will be able to deal the last 800 points of damage. But that's only if Beast elects to use Injection Fairy Lily. Really depends, because it represents a lot of damage there. And I mean, they could still have the Secret Barrel as well, which they could save for the like chaining to the activation of Ring of Destruction, so that Insidious dies before Ring of Destruction resolves. I mean, they Beast can attack with Lily. It's awkward if they use the effect because of Ring of Destruction. They don't have to use the effect at all. It's optional. It just is not going to deal a lot of damage. I mean, he's doing 22 with a Secret Barrel. This is presuming that they have Secret Barrel. Now he's only doing 2,000 with it. That was the last Thunder Dragon. So it's still enough. Again, this is all presuming that Secret Barrel is the card that's face down for Beast. Gonna throw it on the level limit just in case. Book of Moon's also in play for Insidious, so that's something that Beast has to consider. Yeah, now Insidious is going to have to think on this. They could just Ring of Destruction now to stop the Lily from being able to use the effect. I don't think that's the right call, though. Actually, what he could do is ring the panda so that Lily can't use the effect at all. That might work. So Insidious decides not to do it, and then no attack from Beast Beats. Just gonna set another monster and say go. Alright, well, that is not good, because Torrential Tribute is face down. And Insidious has Sinister Serpent in the graveyard. Let's see if Insidious remembers. There it is. Sinister Serpent. Probably going to normal summon Torrential. So Breaker the Magical Warrior is going to be the summon instead. Interesting decision. Gonna Breaker the level limit. Oh, I think I know it. I think she's up to something. Yeah. Breaker the level limit, use Metamorphosis, Torrential Tribute, summon Chaos Sorcerer. Oh no, no summon of Chaos Sorcerer, no Torrential Tribute, no! It was Nightmare Wheel on the card. So no, I'm gonna cross out on the fresh set monster here. So Nightmare Wheel is going to stop the attack from the Darkfire Dragon. Yeah, I guess if it's Nightmare Wheel, that play does lose to the Chaos. The Chaos Monster play loses to the Nightmare Wheel regardless. But Breaker coming in handy. Taking out that level limit. Nightmare Wheel, though, is going to deal 500. And this is still a precarious position for both players, just because we know Ring of Destruction is an available option. Oh, but there's Heavy Storm. Oh, no. All right, so I think now you have to chain Book of Moon, chain Ring of Destruction. I think Book of Moon's going to be on the Darkfire Dragon, and Ring of Destruction is going to be on Panda, right? Yeah, Ring of Destruction here. Anything? No, it's going to resolve. Hallowed Life Barrier! Ah, it's so good! He already took the 500, though. But still. And then Book of Moon follow-up. So he doesn't take damage from the Ring of Destruction. Oh, from opponent's card effects. I'm sorry. Of course he does. It's not that good. Never mind. So we'll take 1,300 here. Now, does he have anything that's more... It doesn't matter. He can't do any of that. So he could... Beast could like flip up the Big Shield Gardna and creature swap it. But he can't take battle damage this turn. So just gonna set another monster. And set a back row as well. Alright, tricky positioning still. Has to deal with defense mode, injection fairly, a face down, Big Shield Gardna, and 2 unknowns. Sinister Serpent adding back to the hand. See if Darkfire Dragon can do it here. Yeah, that was something I wasn't considering with the Hallowed Life Barrier. Thought it could be there. Well, we knew Insidious had access to it. We saw it in the last game as well. We're just working off of the knowledge that we had of the Book of Moon, of the Ring of Destruction, of the Torrential Tribute, cards that we saw from Cyberjar that were flipped up from Beast many turns ago. Insidious doesn't have any action. Just gonna set a monster and 2 back rows. Mobius the Frost Monarch coming out for the burn player. It's gonna be met with Book of Moon though, and a creature swap of Insidious's own. So creature swap still left in the hand or face down here for Beast. So gonna set that last card there in their hands. I mean, if it was Ceasefire, they would have flipped it by now. It's clearly not Ceasefire. Magician of Faith is the flip up. What do you get back though? You got to deal with a. You got to deal with so much. No, you should have got back your creature swap. So he missed an opportunity to go for game here. If he flips up the Magician of Faith here, gets back creature swap, you just creature swap. Doesn't matter what your opponent gives you. You flip up your Darkfire Dragon and attack. It's a 50-50. That card has to be exactly Nightmare Wheel in order for you to lose the game in this scenario. Instead gets greedy and goes for the Pot of Greed here, but Heavy Storm is going to be the follow-up. It's just desserts, so he's going to just take 1,000 points of damage. Insidious has to find something here to do with this Magician of Faith, because it's a liability sitting in attack mode. Insidious now thinking about how can they navigate this board after throwing the game away. Yeah, I mean, it has to be Nightmare Wheel or, like, Magician, or, like, Mirror Force, or something to block an attack. It could be something like Gravity Bind, I guess, but that stops the, that stops your opponent from, like, that stops Beast from attacking for game as well. So he was playing into an unknown back row. There was a lot that could have gone wrong if you made that play. You have to have had something already in the hand to back yourself up with. It's pretty obvious that Heavy Storm was drawn off of the Pot of Greed. And that Heavy Storm is definitely a game decider here. Insidious, what are you... Oh, that works. Okay. I didn't do the math in my head. So 900, I'm going to take 900 there, and then flip this up for attacking for lethal. Take a 14. Living with 100 life points left, because I cannot do math, giving me a heart attack, because again, I cannot do math. Insidious moves on, defeating Beast Beats in a very, very close nail-biter. That was not Winners Finals, that was still the loser side. I just neglected to update the title. Thank you for reminding me. So this is still losers. That was losers round. I believe that was round 9. Let me double check. Yeah, that was losers round 9. So this is the other side of losers round 9 now. We're going to move over to Johnny Lee and Shogun Lopez here. Looks like Shogun is up a game. Shogun's at 1225 versus Johnny's 14 here. That Ninja Grandmaster attacking in. Johnny's going to find something to close the game out. Berserk Gorilla, will it do it? Berserk Gorilla attacking in, but it's going to be met with Sakuretsu Armor. Nothing to add to the board from Johnny's end. This ninja was successful last time, and it's successful this time as well. Shogun Lopez going to knock out Johnny Lee here on the loser's side at the end here of losers round 9. I know we just joined this game, but unfortunately, it's come to a close. And we're going into the losers semifinals now. So it's going to be Ghost Rider versus Shogun Lopez. And Insidious versus Tupaye. And in these matchups, they are playing for guaranteed Worlds invites. There are a number of players here who do not have an invite to Worlds already, still in the tournament here. Insidious, Paye, and Shogun do not have an invite. Ghost Rider does have his invite as well, so if he does succeed, he will earn top seed points. And we're gonna hop in. Losers finals here, or losers semifinals here. Insidious, who we just saw moments ago, defeat Burn in Crops' aka Beast Beats' deck, Panda Burn, with his Chaos Control deck, going up against Tupaye with, I believe, his Chaos Recruiters. So still game 1 here. Tupaye starting off with Royal Decree. Not very good into the Goats. Duo took out Creature Swap and Mystical Space Typhoon. There was a Pot of Greed from Tupaye's side. Now we're trying to see if Snatch Steal is going to resolve. It looks like they Insidious targeted Mystic Tomato. We're going to see a Book of Moon on the Mystic Tomato. And that was bait for this Thousand Eyes Restrict, which can take this Newdoria and attack over the tomato. And that'll search out a Sangan for Tupaye's side. Zaborg the Thunder Monarch is going to be summoned over this Sangan here. That's going to search a Shining Angel for Tupaye. Now, got to deal with a Goat token. It's putting Insidious down to 3 cards. Decree is on the board. Zaborg's on the board. Shining Angel being added to the board here, going to attack in for 38. A second Zaborg, the Thunder Monarch, and that's going to seal game 1 for Tupaye. Quick game 1. So Insidious is going to start his game 2 with just a set card. Pai is going to trump him with Pot of Greed. Mystic Tomato is going to try to poke in there, but we're going to see Scapegoat on Insidious' side. One's going to be eaten by the tomato. Breaker the Magical Warrior is going to be the play for Tupaye. I'm going to hit Mirror Force. Excellent pickup by Breaker. See if Insidious can navigate some sort of offense here. Just been reacting to what Tupaye has been throwing out there. There's a Breaker of their own. They can try to attack over the Breaker. But we're going to be met with Book of Moon. Delinquent Duo follow-up. So we'll take care of some cards that were added to the hand from Pot of Greed. Getting rid of Lightning Vortex and Shining Angel. That puts a light in the graveyard for Tupaye. They both have 5 cards currently, but Tupaye is on the draw here. Oh, Graceful Charity. This could unlock the hand if he gets rid of a light and a dark. Getting rid of Nobleman, a cross out. Metamorphosis could be good here too. Metamorphing the token, taking the breaker, could attack over the mystical tomato, but nothing following up here from Insidious' side. That Graceful Charity just didn't find anything. Now the breaker, getting the value there from getting rid of this Mirror Force, it would have been an excellent card for Insidious to have, especially in this spot. Now it's just going to be able to clear Insidious' board just by attacking. Yeah, it doesn't have anything to set in the back row, however. Don't believe there's any darks in the graveyard for Tupaye. T set from Insidious. Probably add another monster to the board. Plans into Torrential Tribute, or are we going to see a conservative play here? Oh, we got a 1-for-1 heavy. That's going to take care of the Bluff Gnome and a Crossout. Mind Control, this will move this card out of the way, but if it's a flip effect monster, you're going to get a bonus. So this is 14, 3,000, 30, 42 points of damage coming through, so they need to find another 12. Wow, it was Magician of Faith, so Magician of Faith is going to be able to flip up here. Doesn't matter, still had it in the hand. That's going to be the game. Wow, just deconstructed the opponent's board here. Tupaye did. But congratulations to him. Going to be moving on to Losers Finals, and this will secure his invite to the World Championships. Yeah, just showing all this in the hand. Could have maybe played more into the chaos, but doesn't look like that was in the cards for Insidious. Kind of bricked on that one. So we're going to move on over to the other side of loser semifinals here with Shogun Lopez versus Ghost Rider. And it looks like that Shogun Lopez got game one. Going into siding here, we saw Shogun on the Warriors. So Ghost Rider gonna start the game off here. This is game two. Starting off with Thunder Dragon and then T setting here. Blade Knight's going to be the summon for Shogun. Shogun's going to attack over to the Sangan. Blade Knight will not negate Sangan's effect. And set 4 with the Blade Knight in the front here. Gravekeeper Spy was the search for Ghost Rider. Tsukiyomi's going to set this Blade Knight, going to try to attack over it. It's going to get met with Sakuretsu armor. I'm sure that Ghost Rider is not too upset about that. Sort of expected. This will make way for Blackluster Soldier, the envoy of the beginning. Solemn Judgment coming down for Shogun, but Ghost Rider's gonna solemn your solemn. Blackluster Soldier will banish Blade Knight, but no protection here. Snatch Steal plus a monster is game, and that's what is going to happen. Shogun says, I'm sorry. Snatch Steal. No monster, though. Attack in. What do you got? Ring of Destruction. Good enough. Solemn Judgments abound here. But Snatch Steal is the deciding factor. And Shogun Lopez is going to go and move on to the losers finals here. Yeah, no back row from the turbo deck, it looks like. Had to use the Solemn on that to do that. I wonder if there was a better play here if you would have just played more conservative and just set the Gravekeeper Spy. This whole sequencing could have been avoided, but either way, moving on, Shogun Lopez to the losers finals. But more importantly, both Shogun Lopez and Tupaye there have both earned their invites to the GOAT Format World Championships. But now it's time to decide a winner of GOAT Format Championships. Of GOAT Format Championship 14 here. There are 3 matches left. So while we're waiting here for the game to go up and for the game to start, of course, remind y'all what is on the line here. So all 4 of the duelists that we're going to watch soon have earned their invite to the World Championships of GOAT Format that will be held again later in October, later this year. World Championships of GOAT Format. Winner of that will earn that sweet, sweet title belt that you've been seeing all day on your screen, flash in your lower left-hand corner of the stream there. As well as a few additional prizes as well. A exclusive playmat will be given out at the World Championship of GOAT Format, as well as, I believe, dice will be for all participants of the GOAT Format World Championships, as well as cash prizing as well. There is a big, big prize pool. that is going to be given out to the top performing participants. In order to get invited to the World Championships of GOAT format, you got to top 4 a GOAT format championship event, one that we're watching right now. So again, these 4 players all have earned their invites. Now, James Ark and Art Sone have already earned their invite. James Ark, again, qualified via the Dueling Book ladder, which is a way that you can qualify as well. The top 4 players at the end of a Dueling Book season will be invited to the GOAT format World Championships as well. Art Sone won the last GOAT format championships, GOAT format championship 13, looking to go back-to-back, which has not been done before. And he's sitting in grand finals. But 2 new invites have been earned here from Shogun Lopez and Tupaye. And we're going to get into it. Oh, right here. This is the deciding factor. So the winner of this tournament, and only the winner of this tournament, will earn a cash prize of $105. Sponsored by Dueling on Earth. Yeah, Dueling on Earth sponsors these events. That is $100 minimum for the winning player, and any per entrant past 100, a dollar is added to the prize pool. So pot agreed from Shogun's side. Gonna get to look at the hand here by way of trap does shoot after Tupaye draws for turn. So Reaper Decree. Barrel Decree Sork. What is barrel? Roulette barrel. Wait, what? I think he meant Reaper. I don't understand this hand. Trying to decipher why this guy wrote Decree twice. I think he meant Pot of Greed. It was one of the other ones. I'm not sure what they put back, but here we are. Roulette Barrel is going to the graveyard for this Graceful Charity. After Pot of Greed resolved, draw 2 cards, drawing into the Graceful Charity. There's no way it could be Double Decree because he put back a card. That was the 6th card. Unless he put one of the monsters back. that he typed out for some reason. Don't you just get rid of the Reaper? It's not very difficult when you use Dust Shoot. If you use Trap Dust Shoot and your opponent knows 2 monsters in the hand, just discard those 2 monsters. If they put back the Sork, they put back the Sork, but if Sork's in the hand still, then they get to, you know, have that Sork there. I think he put back the Sork. I don't see why he would, unless there was a second Sork. Decree main deck may be a problem here in Game 1 for Shogun. Shogun is on a trap-heavy deck. Oh, he put back Mystic Tomato? I missed that. I guess it's decent enough. Now, Royal Decree's coming out in the end phase, but it's just going to be met with Dust Tornado. Yeah, I don't see how that was a... So he shouldn't have put Decree there twice. So we know he has Sork in the hand. Kaiko coming down after Kaiko was run over by the Breaker. Now, Kaiko's going to be able to banish the Light and Dark in the graveyard. Upstart Goblin, again from 2-Pae. It's the second Upstart Goblin they've used in the game. Not going to flip up this monster that they have set. Here comes a Ninja Grandmaster. Ninja Grandmaster's going to be able to take out Mystic Tomato. Now, it's kind of awkward. It attacked first. This Kaiko will be able to walk over the Recruiter that's going to come out and banish the Dark Monsters in the graveyard. Newdoria is the pickup. Decent to get because this is going to trade into the Kaiko. Yeah, Newdoria's going to take out Kaiko here. And Shogun's just going to pass the turn back. Mystic Swordsman. Taking on a set Ashura Priest. There's the second Decree. So I'm a little bit confused here. How that Pot of Greed ended up in the hand. Unless that was drawn later. I must have missed something. Either way, Chaos Sorcerer's going to come down. We're going to banish this Ninja Grandmaster. Heavy Storm as the follow-up. You set Ring of Destruction along with the Royal Decree. Interesting. Standby phase going to Ring of Destruction your Chaos Sorcerer. Both going to take 23 here. MST is going to take out the other back row. Premature Burial on Chaos Sorcerer. And this can attack over the Mystic Swordsman pretty well here. Take 14 from that. And Shogun's only on 2 cards. Has to deal with Chaos Sorcerer. Looks like it's just going to be a T set here. Realistically, that's nothing that Tupaye has to worry about in terms of like a flip effect monster. Just a Blade Knight. And we're going to see a set from Tupaye in the back as well. Another set monster for Shogun. Main phase 1 here. Going into battle phase. Attacking over all these warriors that just can't deal with this with a Chaos Sorcerer that's stuck on the board. Finally picks up Exiled Force. This is like the 4th monster in a row that they've drawn. But Shining Angels is the flip up here. Attacking for 1400. Wanted to play a little bit conservatively. Didn't want to run both his monsters into a Mirror Force. Mirror Force is going to have to be activated eventually, though, on Shogun's side, if he did have it. Heavy storm here. Shogun's gone through a ton of monsters. No response from Shogun's side. Gonna get rid of this Bluff Delinquent duo. Shining Angel's just gonna poke in for 14, drop him down to 19 here. Shining Angel keeps attacking. Graceful Charity off the top for Shogun. Had to get something good eventually, right? Mirror Force is in the grave. Ring of Destruction, Sakuretsu Armor as well. Torrential Tribute still in play. Solemn Judgments as well. 3rd Sakuretsu Armor if there is one. No, gonna discard it. And discarding MST. What is so powerful that you need it there? Another monster in the form of Blade Knight. Attack this face down. Tupaye thinking if this is going to go through or not. It's glitched. No, it's not. Looks like it's just lagging. Okay, it looks like that they were able to fix whatever glitch that they were having. So they have to resolve Mystic Tomato. It doesn't look like it got resolved here. Yeah, that's gonna get Sangan. So now Tsupai searched his deck, got the Sangan out, now has to find a way to deal with this Blade Knight. And that's one way to deal with it, just punch it right in the face. Smash and ground. It's going to move on to game 2 here. I apologize. This is actually losers semifinals. They still have to play James Arc. Cut me some slack. I've been streaming for 9 hours. Jeez. Alright, so Shogun's gonna start the duel here. Wangu set 5. What do you call this one? Like a chicken sandwich? I don't know. I don't know what they have at Burger King. I'm gonna go to Burger King. So double dust shoot. And Decree, Book, Sorcerer, and BLS. And I've lost connection to Dueling Book. Ah! That's not my fault. That's Dueling Book's fault. Looks like it was just 2 sets there. We know Sork and BLS are in the hand. I think it's Decree and Book. And now Decree's going to flip up after the Trap Dust Shoot, but we're going to see Solemn Judgment. Looks like Shogun just has all the answers. Because set 5, summon BLS is called the Whopper in Warriors. So that's why I was trying to make a Burger King reference, but I don't know any of the Burger King sandwiches besides the Whopper and the Whopper Jr., which is ironic because I did used to work at Burger King technically. Royal Decree now. Another one. But what can you do, really? I guess summon DD Warrior Lady. It's so janky. Summon Blade Knight. Now that's a real clock. Well, it's not a real clock. The Wagyu was a real clock. This is a bigger clock. And Blade Knight again attacking in, but going to be met with Spirit Reaper. That is going to stall. Not for long because it's going to get Snatch stolen. But Book of Moon's going to take care of it. That Snatch steal. So that doesn't resolve. That interaction, the way that it works is that Reaper needs to stay up on the field in order for its effect to go through. Breaker off the top. Going to just take care of the Royal Decree. We knew that was a book face down as well. So that actually was a pretty decent play to use the Snatch Steal on the Spear Reaper because that forces the book. Now there are Darks being added to the graveyard here. Most certainly you think that the 2-Pi is going to go get Sangan, but instead he's going to get Eudoria. I would think that you want to get Sangan there, because Sangan can float into a light monster. You have Chaos in your hand. You want to try to get that into play as soon as possible. You're not going to die realistically, unless you have something to flip up here. Eudoria is going to take out the Blade Knight. Only light in the graveyard for Shogun. Pot of Greed, great top deck, and it's going to resolve. Wagyu here is going to be added to Shogun's board. Attack this face down. It's Roulette Barrel. So 2-Pi finding the cards in the deck that can just wall off the warriors. Gonna try to roll here for Roulette Barrel's effect. Missing on the roulette barrel, so we're going to add Kaiko to the board. Kaiko's going to try to walk over the tiger here. He's going to try to pet the kitty. But Widespread Ruin is going to be the response from Shogun. Shogun trying to hold on to the early lead that they established here. In a precarious spot because of the roulette barrel. It can pick off the board if Paye is lucky. But also because it's a light monster that unlocks the chaos that we know is in 2 Paye's hand. The roulette barrel was flipped up when King Tiger attacked it. Another set monster here from 2 Paye's end. Breaker the Magical Warrior attacking face down. That's the Shining Angel. Not going to use the effect because whatever comes out will just die by battle here from or you're going to use the effect and get another light in the graveyard. Actually, that makes sense because you have Chaos in the hand. And now Chaos is unlocked here for 2 Paye. Missing again on the roulette barrel. Never lucky. You could just summon Chaos Sorcerer, try to pick away the board. I mean, Torrential has not been used yet, so you could just lose all your guys who are seemingly invincible at the moment. Can't attack over this roulette barrel due to its high defense, and that Spirit Reaper effect is keeping it alive. Ashura Priest is going to come down. Now, this can trade with both of the monsters. At least it can pick up the Breaker, and then it can trade into the King Tiger. Does 2 Paye want to get greedy and switch the Reaper into attack mode? We'll see. It's kind of wild to think he will, given that there are 3 set Spell or Trap cards on Shogun Lopez's side. Sure Priest attack it in. Going to be met with Sakuretsu Armor, so that's going to trade. And Mayface 2, you can put down a Chaos Monster now. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Now, Snatch Steal is not available because Shogun tried to use Snatch Steal to force a Book of Moon. Deciding to keep the Chaos Sorcerer in attack mode, this way plays around Ninja Grandmaster that we saw earlier. And we're going to get rid of the Dark Monster in Breaker the Magical Warrior. Makes sense, turn off any Chaos potential for Shogun Lopez. But we're going to see Ring of Destruction on Shogun's turn, and that will decide the game here. 2Pae is at 2,200 life points. Ring of Destruction deals 23 after Chaos Sorcerer goes to the graveyard. So game 3 in this losers semifinals here. Winner is one step closer to getting to the grand finals of this tournament. Alright, so we're getting into the deciding game 3 here in the losers semifinals. 2Pae's Chaos Recruiter versus Shogun Lopez's Warrior Strategy. T-set from 2Pae. No explosive starts here from 2Pae's side. And I mean, the Shogun opened really, really strong. That game had the Solemn Judgment, double Dust Shoot, had King Tiger to stick on the board as well. But 2Pae was able to stabilize for quite some time, fend him off for a while, attempted to finally clear out the board, but was just met with Ring of Destruction. Now we're going to see reinforcements of the army go get DD Warrior Lady, and that was a great pickup here because that's Sangan. DD Warrior Lady is going to banish the Sangan from play, so no searching for 2Pae's side. See how they respond. Kaiko coming out. See if this stays on the board. And no back row. Blade Knight is the answer. We'll walk over this Kaiko. So 2Pai's got a mountain to climb. They're even in cards, but Shogun's on the draw here. Even because this Blade Knight traded favorably with the, or didn't actually trade, just got advantage over the Kaiko. So what's the move going to be? It's going to be DD Warrior Lady. Summon is not negated or responded to. DD Warrior Lady is going to try to attack in here. See if it gets banished. Looks like DD Warrior Lady is going to resolve its effect. And 2Pai should take 100 damage here. I'm sorry, it should take 500 damage because that is a big Blade Knight. Graceful Charity off the top for Shogun Lopez. Going to trade in this Graceful Charity for looking at the top 3 cards of their deck and keeping the best one. I mean, discarding the other 2. There's Blade Knight. So he discarded a second copy of Blade Knight. This is the third. Big Blade Knight crashing in for 2,000. And we're in the same position now. 2Pai used a DD Warrior Lady to deal with the Blade Knight the first time. Thought that was the most optimal solution. No responses from Shogun Lopez's side. Now 2Pai, can he do it again? Or is this Blade Knight gonna hit in for another 2K? Looks like that they disconnected for a moment here. Now they're back in. They seem to be having issues with their connection and with Dueling Book platform in general. 2Pai has. Tsukiyomi is the play here, but it's going to be met with Solemn Judgment. Saying no to that. You'll not put my Blade Knight to sleep, sir. Kaiko off the top of the deck here for 2Pai, and we're going to see it attack in, get rid of these monsters in the graveyard, destroy them ghosts. 3,800, dropping 2Pai down to 15. Shogun Lopez looking to cement Game 3 here. Unless 2Pai can find some sort of amalgamation of cards that can crack this board. Heavy Storm would be a good start. Snatch Steal as well. It's going to need a combination of a few things. A Recruiter could help stabilize or at least fend off Lethal. Depends on the Recruiter though. Mystic Tomato will do a lot more than Shining Angel. Lightning Vortex is a good one. But another Solemn Judgment. The guy's just here. He just doesn't like when you do things. He says no. Had to discard a Chaos Monster. What's the backup plan? Tribe-infecting virus. We'll have to use his whole hand, though, in order to clear the board off. That's if the summon is even successful in the first place, unless the third, that's right, the third solemn happens. Gonna use the effect here, discarding something, declaring something. We're probably gonna declare Spellcaster first. Actually, you probably want to declare the warrior, right? Get that off the board. I guess it depends. If you have Chaos in the hand, maybe you want to get rid of the Kaiko first. Discard a light monster, unless there's a light monster already in the graveyard. Now that's the banish zone. So yeah, there's no light monster in the graveyard. Yeah, discarding the Kaiko. Wow, chaining Torrential because this is still the summon window. You can do this. Tons and tons of minuses here for Tupai. Now they're both stuck at one card, but Tupai already used the normal summon. And Shogun's going to draw into a new card here. Let's see if this is a monster that can do it. No, it is not. Tupai drawing for turn. His deck's got a lot of 1400 guys. Not too much that Tupai can draw that will end the game here. And no back rows here for Tupai, but no monster here for Shogun. Just adding to the back row. Now a set card for Tupai's side. But it's going to be met with Dust Tornado, and that was Royal Decree that could have shut down back rows. From Shogun Lopez, finally finds the Ninja Grandmaster attacking in for the GG. Congratulations to Shogun Lopez. You're one step closer to that Grand Finals, but you have a tough hill to climb in James Arc here. But congrats to Tupai for getting this far and earning your invite to the World Championships of GOAT format. What an incredible duel that we saw between the two. Shogun there got ahead pretty easily and stabilized with the, or stayed ahead with the Solemn Judgments. Like I was saying way earlier in the day, he got to a place where because he was ahead, the Solemn Judgments are trading favorably as 1-for-1s with his opponent's cards. So now we are waiting for the actual losers finals. I know I had that on screen before, but this will be the losers finals coming up. It's going to be Shogun Lopez versus James Arc in a few moments here.
And I'm finally back.
And Scully is finally back.
As Massus passes out.
I can go die in peace now.
The real champ, Massus, and co-champ, TK Griffins today. I think you both earned invites today.
That means I don't have to play?
This must be the longest tournament of the year.
I mean, I'm invited to the GOAT Format World Championships to cover it.
What are we, an hour 10, 11?
We're coming up on hour 10 here.
And really, there was no like big like I know there were some rounds that were behind others, but there was never a point today where like there was no match happening.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the nature of the beast when you have a lot of players playing.
But we've had like higher numbers than this where it went faster, but for whatever it was today, it just didn't happen that way.
I noticed that there were a lot less
I blame these
FTK
chaos
decks.
control decks.
Yeah, it's a lot more influx of chaos control. Just
It's Thousand Eyes Restrict.
yeah, drawing the games out, and
I jumped into as many games as I could to like watch the stream, and I can't believe how many games went down to like 10 or less cards in the deck.
yeah,
It was like it was 2019.
There were a couple that were like 1 card left in the deck versus 2 cards left in the deck that I saw.
Which was the norm at one point, but it's not anymore.
No.
I am personally excited that the format has like got this close to Worlds and has hit Chaos Control.
What will be the answer to chaos control?
Like we got this far, now it's like Thousand Eyes Restrict is here.
No, Thousand Eyes Restrict was always here. It just was not
Was it?
respected. It just was not respected.
It wasn't in the top 8.
Well, it's coming back with a vengeance. It looks like chaos control is sitting in the losers finals and the grand finals.
So who are we waiting on right now?
We're waiting on James Arc and Shogun Lopez.
Major respect to Art Zone for back-to-back grand finals.
Yeah, it would be incredible because we haven't had a back-to-back GFC champion.
Ever?
Yeah. So
never.
if he wins this one, it'll be wild for sure.
I will eat my hat.
I'd like to see the video.
If Art Zone can pull this off, I will take back everything that I said negatively about GFC 13. I already have to take it back anyway. Get into grand finals again is a gigantic accomplishment.
And we are getting into it here. This is Shogun Lopez versus James Arc, my new account too. This is the losers finals.
What deck is Shogun on?
Shogun is on Warriors.
So Warriors was my pick for the tournament today. Me and John LeBounty had a decent argument back and forth of was it going to be more Warriors or Chaos Control today? He said Chaos Control. So far he's ahead. But I think Warriors still the bigger threat of what you need a main deck against.
I know that at least 3 of the top 8 were Chaos Control decks. I don't know the other 2 that I don't have off the top of my head, I think. Or maybe it's 3 that I don't have off the top of my head, but
So I've heard some players say that Chaos Control versus Warrior is 50-50. I think it's still Warrior's advantage.
I think it depends on what the Warrior has in their arsenal. If they don't have stuff like a Shura Priest, it's a little bit harder to deal with Scapegoat.
So that's working out great here for James, where he upstart goblins. He has no monsters left. He drew into Pot of Greed, and he has no monsters. So now the Trap Dutchu, a pure minus, and going to be able to Pot of Greed into another plus.
Yeah, I don't know why you did the second Trap Dutchu after the first one bricked.
Yeah, if they had at least one other monster there, you could do that off the upstart, but to do it off the upstart with no other monster in hand is pretty ballsy. But no big follow-up from James Arc here either.
No, I mean, like, if their hand's all spells, what what are they going to be able to do? Shogun Lopez not getting it. But Scapegoat's going to be able to protect the life points from James Arc's side. Then we have Royal Decree to hit the back rows on Shogun's side.
You know, we have been talking about this Go Control main deck Decree variant, I want to say since the start of the year.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit different because it's Chaos Control, right? But it's, it doesn't seem that bad when you think about it, because their tools that they're fighting warriors against is
right.
the
Like
Ghost.
Go Control or Chaos Control only played 4 to 6 traps in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
And I can confidently say that we've been talking about these decks playing Decree for so long, and now we're finally seeing the big advantage of it.
Yeah, well,
and terrible. I want to say that is a terrible mystical from Shogun.
Well, is it?
Maybe not with the call, depending on what this exile hits.
Well, they
All
did.
right.
They did the sequencing kind of.
I'm eating like 3 hats today.
I guess I did the sequencing okay.
I
They hit the
eat my
Thousand Eyes Restrict.
And your hat. If you have another trap, that's a great play.
I mean, they probably do. They just set one here.
No, even if you don't. That was an even trade on the Royal Decree. Stopping a pot of greed. Great call on the...
And stopping this Royal Decree here with Dust Tornado. Kaiko now hits the board. I think Kaiko is like... is alright versus Chaos Control, but they just have so many easy ways to out it. Like, Thousand Eyes Restrict outs it very cleanly.
They out it way more than Chaos Turbo does.
Yeah, exactly. It's a card that, like, if I have it in my main deck versus Chaos Control, it's like, alright, I mean, like, I'm not going to not summon it, but it's something that I don't even think I would board in versus Chaos Control. Light and Dark's in the graveyard for James Arc's side. He does have 2 Thunder Dragons in hand still. But Kaiko is shutting down the graveyard from Chaos banishing things to summon themselves. Snatch Deal's a good one.
And all players left in this event will be getting World Championship invites or extra seeding point.
Yeah, so, I mean, James Arc already has theirs. And
Lopez is right now 8-1 in this event.
yeah, he's been playing for a while. James Arc already has theirs, and obviously Artsone, being back-to-back grand finalist of GFCs, has theirs as well. But Shogun Lopez earned theirs, and Tupai also, who we just saw, also earned theirs.
It is interesting that we really didn't see Chaos Control make a good run this year until like this close to Worlds, even though last year it took up 2 spots in the top 4 of the World Championships.
I mean, Worlds is definitely a smaller format, right? It's much less
smaller meta.
Yeah, smaller meta, like much less players that you have to prepare for. Everyone is also very good, and so they would want to play a deck that favors them and how good they are in their decision making, which
And
I believe
I would
Chaos...
say Chaos Control is the highest ceiling of the entire format.
Yeah, exactly. They want to play that over something like Warriors.
And this is great here. Blade Knight can trade with the Kaiku, can kill the Kaiku, and then...
Well, it's not killing anything. It's going face down.
Ryu essentially would have to trade with it.
Wow. Solemn Judgment going into 1550 again that we saw.
And
Shutting Lopez.
It is just Thunder Dragons and one new card in
Yeah.
my new account, aka Luke. Well, that's a good top deck.
Yeah, it's a very good top deck.
We call that game.
And speaking of Chaos Control being just like a well-represented deck, especially in the Worlds format, and players like the better players wanting to play it, the two people that got to top 4 with Chaos Control were Lazaro and Dale Bolito. So I mean, that says something a lot about the deck, I think, that those players chose to pick it for that particular event. Can't wait to see Dale Bolito in action again this year. Delinquent Duo coming from Shogun's side. As we get on our way in Game 2 here. This is going to hit Book of Moon and Thunder Dragon. Now, Trap Dust Shoot, backed up by King Tiger Wangu, is going to miss again. The Wangu, though, is very good versus the Goat tokens. So that was Mirror Force, Decree, Heavy Storm, and Scapegoat. And Wangu's going to sit there, menacingly.
Wisely dropping the Exile as it is pretty much useless with King Tiger out.
Here comes a Blade Knight as well, putting this in defense because they know that there's Mirror Force face down. Playing Nobleman across out by mistake. Setting Nobleman across out on purpose. Big Blade Knight's going to swing in here for 2k. Kind of dangerous putting your King Tiger in defense.
Yeah, not a... I'd rather lose it.
I mean, I feel like I would have just attacked with the Tiger and then summon Blade Knight main phase 2 maybe if I do anything at all, but just getting his opponent here with Heavy Storm.
I don't like the set before the heavy either.
I've been seeing a lot of people like committing to doing a normal summon and then making a play. This doesn't involve normal summoning. Kind of weird, but...
Listen, you never want to set then heavy because unless you're trying to... If this is a Sangan, sure, and you want to force a Regeki break. Otherwise, I don't see the point.
I don't see why you think your opponent's on Regeki break, though, when you saw Wangu and...
Why else do you set first?
I don't know. To be fancy? Here's the Mirror Force.
I think it's Sangan set.
Now we're putting that Tiger back in attack.
Lips will resolve.
It could be. Thunder Dragon here is only going to find one Thunder Dragon because the other one was discarded. It is Dekoichi. Battle Enchanted Locomotive.
Yeah, I don't know why you said that to Kochi before you heavied. The card in hand for my new account too is Thunder Dragon. Trying to bait the banish.
Yeah, a little sneaky there. Stop doing that. Let your opponent declare their effects first.
Great main phase 1.
Yeah, great. That was just a great play.
Scapegoat.
preemptively goading before Wangu can come out. You're going to activate it anyway. Might as well play around as much as possible. DD Warrior Lady going to attack into the face down. That's Magician of Faith. Getting back Upstart Goblin. Talked about this earlier in the day, how Upstart Goblin is seeing a surge in Dex because of its synergy with Magician of Faith. The life point gain doesn't really matter a whole lot, especially in the Warrior matchup where they're just paying half their life points to negate something with Solemn Judgment. You can afford to give them that extra 1,000, they'll just half it anyway. Dust Tornado is going to pick up Ring of Destruction here as James Arc sets a new monster to the board. And King Tiger is going to clean up the last goat, and we're going to see a second Magician of Faith pick up the Upstart Goblin yet again. So James Arc back in the same position that he was before. Upstart Goblin's going to find a new card, though. Has to find something to either combo with this Thunder Dragon or just basically just deal with this board here. DD Warrior Lady attacking in. Sailor's King Tiger. They're both going to hit in, dropping James down to 27. There's a Decree in the end phase. So this will give James some room. Has to set 2. I mean, one of them needs to be Book of Moon. Well, we're going to hit the Emit Defeat button because that's one monster too many here for Book of Moon to handle. Tied 1 apiece. Wangu asserting dominance over the GOAT tokens. See how James adapts here in the game 3. Skilled Dark Magician. That is a skilled spellcaster. And a set monster here on James's side. Royal Decree coming out after a set monster and 2 sets from Shogun. See how James follows this up. Thunder Dragon finding 2 more. Now Tribe Infecting Virus going to attack into DD Warrior Lady. Not going to banish. This will actually... Should you banish? I think you might have to, yeah. At the end of the day. So good, actually great attack there from Tribe. Because you want to deal with the Tribe here. You don't want to lose your DD Warrior Lady for no reason. Now, sets from James's side. There's Kaiko. Nobleman of Crossouts flipped up here, getting rid of Sinister Serpent. And attacking into Scapegoats here. Yeah, Warrior's got to poke 2. So Decree locking down the back rows, but Shogun Lopez's monster is locking up the front row. James not finding any monsters to set across the table. 1800 to James's face. Gonna get rid of the light and the dark in the graveyard. Another set back row here. Just, you can't torrential me, so you better have something to deal with all my monsters. This is the downside of Decree, right? Is that there's only so limited options that you can have versus a Decree. Like when your opponent flips Decree up versus you. Something that I found out about firsthand when I try to use Jinzo versus this deck is that if they just take my Jinzo, I can't do anything versus them. They just, the quality of their normal summon is just so much better than anything that really Chaos Control can muster. I mean, Chaos Control already has to be in the driver's seat. And look at the hand that James had here. Chaos Sorcerer, Double Thunder Dragon, Jinzo, Magician of Faith, not really anything that you could do here. A lot of the cards that you want to play to try to out this board, something like Mirror Force, just gets shut down because of the Royal Decree. Just an onslaught of monsters from Shogun Lopez and was able to snowball into victory. So congrats to Shogun Lopez, moving on to the grand finals here, defeating James Ark 2-1. We're going to get started with grand finals here in just a moment. And we're started here, grand finals. Looks like our Shogun Lopez won the rock, paper, scissors. Going first here, Trap Dust Shoot. Unfortunately, we missed what the Trap Dust Shoot was. Now a set here, matching sleeves for both players. Blade Knight's going to be the summon. Now Shogun Lopez has to win 2 sets of best 2 out of 3 in order to take down this tournament. And Artsone just has to win a best 2 out of 3 here to become the first ever back-to-back GOAT format championship champion. Heavy Storm 1-for-1ing. Tribe Infecting Virus taking care of the Blade Knight. Ninja Grandmaster walking over the Tribe Infecting Virus. Artsone used a ton of cards there. and already lost one due to Dust Shoot and one to Blade Knight, because that was the Knight Assailant that they set across. But Chaos Sorcerer able to deal with this Ninja Grandmaster. See how Shogun Lopez picks up. Looks like he's going to pick it off with Snatch Steel. Mirror Force took out the Chaos Sorcerer, but here's Rhoda in the main phase 2. There's Don Zalug, everybody's favorite Don. Blade Knight attacking. The Dingo gets the draw, but the Don is just going to take care of that card in hand. It was just a Thunder Dragon. Ugh. Kind of okay because it gets you a light. Double Nobleman. Just going to scoop it up there. You didn't even lose that game just yet. But I could see the writing on the wall, yeah. And thank you so much, Naror, with the raid. Welcome, everyone. This is Grand Finals of GOAT Format Championship 14. For those of you just joining here, Artsone is staying up late tonight, but he is looking to become the first ever back-to-back GOAT Format Championship winner. He won the previous GOAT Format Championship, looking to do it again, and is sitting in Grand Finals here, but Shogun Lopez has something to say about that. Shogun Lopez is looking to win here, but needs to do it from loser side of the bracket, has to win two out of 3 matches. Both of them have qualified for the World Championships of GOAT Format. Again, going to be held later this year in October. An invite-only tournament for huge cash prizes, as well as what you're seeing on your screen right now. That championship belt will be shipped out to you if you win. I know there's tons of players who want that belt, but you gotta earn your invite to get it. To even have a chance at getting it, you gotta earn your invite, and then you gotta win the World Championships to get it. So if you want to be a part of that, head on over to www.goatformat.com. Join up on our Discord server. Read more information about when tournaments are happening. Join up at our Academy League. And hey, join our Patreon as well to help support the site and be able to play in exclusive tournaments that can earn you an invite to the World Championships. Tons of exciting stuff going on in GOAT Format, especially here in this game too, where we're seeing Thunder Dragon, Upstart Goblin, Artsone just crafting his hand just to set one card. See if Shogun has anything to respond here. It looks like they're going to summon King Tiger Wangu. Artsone doesn't have a response here to the King Tiger, just going to take the 1700. Heavy Storm going to trade with Ring of Destruction. Arsone trying to figure out how they can deal with just King Tiger Wango. It looks like they're just going to set a monster here and pass it back over. Reinforcements of the army. Awkward card to get in this spot. You would want to get something like a Exiled Force or Mystic Swordsman, but the King Tiger will just eat it as soon as it gets summoned. Instead, we're going to opt for DD Warrior Lady, and that's going to attack into the Knight Assailant. Knight Assailant has to trigger. So what is Knight Assailant going to be getting rid of? Tons of lag here, it looks like, on Artsone's end. But that's gonna... The Knight Assailant's just gonna pick off the King Tiger. Trapdoor Shoot's gonna flip up here for Shogun's side. We know 2 Thunder Dragons are in the hand for Artsone. Gonna send back Chaos Sorcerer from Trapdoor Shoot. So, Thunder Dragons, double meta, Magician of Faith, and Tsukiyomi. So, setting the either the Tsukiyomi or the Magician of Faith here. And Dust Shoot is so powerful. Not only does it get a card out of the hand, puts it back into the deck, but it also just lets you see what's in your opponent's hand. Exiled Force is going to pick off that Magician of Faith. Graceful Charity. Cycling out, discarding Ninja Grandmaster and Mirror Force. Keeping that, or discarding those two to keep the Trap Dust Shoot. This time we're going to send back Dekoichi, and there's just nothing that Artsone is going to be able to do here. This Trap Dust Shoot locking the game down, because that was the new card that they drew. So just going to set this Tsukiyomi here, try to prevent some damage from coming through. Great top deck in the Kaiko, so the Kaiko's going to attack here. Makes it awkward, because if you put the Kaiko face down, you're going to be taking 15. It lets you Chaos top deck, but you still have to contest the 2 back rows. Well, that's a great one to draw. BOS, Blackluster Soldier, Envoy at the beginning. Limited to 1 in the format. Maybe you should have kept that Trap Dust Shoot for later. No, that was a nice Trap Dust Shoot play, I think. And playing to your outs there, flipping the Kaiko face down. No attacks here after this Blackluster Soldier resolves. Just going to use the effect to banish the Warrior Lady. No Dark in the graveyard for Shogun Lopez, who can't respond with his own Blackluster Soldier. I believe he plays one. And Call the Haunted on the Exiled Force cleanly is going to deal with this Blackluster Soldier. And then another monster like Kaiko here, that's just going to clean the game right up. And that is game set 1 of the grand finals here. I believe Art Sone may take a quick break before we get to game 2 of the grand finals. Sorry about that. Looks like they started the game here. I missed them starting this game. So Sony, main phase 2, after attacking in with Ashura Priest, looks like that Shogun Lopez won the rock, paper, scissors again. Decided to set and pass. So in main phase 2, after poking in with Ashura Priest, is going to Graceful Charity, discarding Mind Control, and Nobleman a Crossout. Donzalug here, poking into the hand, taking out Metamorphosis. Heavy Storm going to trade with Solemn Judgment. It's going to drop Shogun Lopez down to 3150. Breaker the Magical Warrior now. Will Breaker break? Breaker's gonna break. And Breaker's going to walk over the Donzalug, but a Breaker on Shogun Lopez's side, clearing out the Breaker from Artsone. Call of the Haunted, though, from Donzalug, just going to pick apart Artsone's hand. Discarding the Dekoichi from Artsone's hand here. Upstart Goblin gonna find a new card. It'll bring Shogun back to 3950. Ashura Priest, this doesn't really do it. It's gonna be able to deal with the Donzalug. But not the Breaker, unfortunately, because that Breaker still got a big counter on it. That Call of the Haunted should be destroyed. Thunder Dragons now for Artsone. Reinforcements of the army probably going to find the big Blade Knight here. 3,900 attack. Artsone's got 2 Thunder Dragons and a Ashura Priest in hand. Doesn't matter because Shogun Lopez has the ring. And Shogun Lopez is on match point here over the defending champion Artsone. We saw Shogun Lopez earlier today saying that it's going to be hard for him to win Grand Finals 2 sets in a row. But it's been done before. Upstart Goblin. Gonna be the start here for Artsone after they Upstart Goblin. They're gonna T-set. Blade Knight here is the summon. This is gonna take care of Sangan. Sangan picks up Sinister Serpent from Artsone's side. Now Graceful Charity from Shogun Lopez. Discarding King Tiger that we've been seeing earlier here. That was spooky. So discarding King Tiger and Sakuretsu Armor. See how Artsone is going to respond to this. MST is a good one. MST, you're face down. Ring of Destruction, your Blade Knight. Both are going to take 16. It's going to drop Shogun to 74. 61 for... Oh, sorry, 64. Duh. Kaiko the Ghost Destroyer. We should name this guy Bill Murray. He's a Ghostbuster, right? He's not afraid of any ghosts here. But he's gonna get his lunch money stolen from him with Snatch Steal here. No MST because they've been traded. Get rid of the Sangan, but no monster to go alongside this with Shogun. Passing Prio in the draw phase. You take a look at the hand. We know that at least Sinister Serpent's in the hand, so that could go back. And that's what is going to go back here. Tsukiyomi, Metamorphosis, Delinquent Duo. So, I think that's right because Meta keeps the guy on the board. Tsukiyomi's going to be able, like, the hand was going to be able to deal with Kaiko no matter what. But getting back the Serpent means drawing Graceful is a little weaker. Duo was going to be activated anyway, but now you know that the hand is just Tsukiyomi and Meta. Can't combo that very well with the... The Meta can't combo very well with the Tsukiyomi in the hand. Interesting option there. Decided to Mirror Force instead of just letting the attack go through. There's nothing in the graveyard. Or there's a Kaiko in the graveyard. But you have a Tsukiyomi in the hand, you can always get that Dark into the graveyard pretty easily, along with Meta. Solemn Judgment on... on the Tribe. Followed up by Reinforcements of the Army. DD Warrior Lady attacking in. So here's Meta with Darkfire Dragon. So on the Tsukiyomi, make Darkfire Dragon. Here comes the attack. From King Tiger, yeah, and then any monster here could potentially put it over. Uh-oh. Oh, he used Duo and gained life? I didn't even notice. Yeah, probably. So what probably happened because he forgot to take it off the minus button. That makes sense. Okay. I'm sure TK saw this and is why they're stopping it here. So so Artsone should be at 24. That's the only thing that changes about this game state. Yeah, I think it's just an honest mistake here. Sometimes you just forget to click the button on Dueling Book. It happens. Just take off 1,000. You should be good. Oh, wait. So they lose the 2K. Oh, wow. I guess it does make a huge difference there. I guess there was nothing in the back row anyway for Shogun Lopez to worry about. It seemed like Artsone just had a bunch of bluffs there. So, kind of incredible. A little bit anticlimactic there because of how that was handled, and just unfortunately though, Artsone didn't have anything in the back row to take care of this King Tiger Wangu, so it was just going to be able to take a bite out of Artsone's last remaining life points. And again, unfortunately for Artsone, they made back-to-back grand finals of a GFC, so that is impressive on its own. But unfortunately, history has not been made in the sense that back-to-back winner of a GFC here. However, this event was definitely a lot of fun to watch, a lot of fun to cover. Congratulations to both Shogun Lopez and to Paye for earning their invites, and of course, congratulations to Artsone and James Ark for earning top seeding boards, and of course, congratulations again to Shogun Lopez for winning the entire event, the cash prize from losers bracket. By the way, this man went, I believe, like what, 12-1 in order to win this tournament. Incredible run by Shogun Lopez with his warrior deck, showing that Wangu is a force to be reckoned with, and people may have to respect the cat once again. And before we end the stream here, I want to just give a special shout out to the god TK Griffiths for handling the judging here, and of course helping doing everything manually with the bracket, and the second god Teeling for handling all the deck lists, handling everything for the bot issues that were going into the tournament. Shout out to Scully as well. Shout out to everybody here in YouTube and Twitch land for coming out today and watching the tournament unfold. If you want to get involved with GOAT format and you want to play in these events, if you want to play in Academy League, if you want to just find people to play GOAT format in general, head on over to www.goatformat.com and join up on our Discord server. Join the Jinzo and Tonic Discord server as well for Academy League. Luxury Championship coming soon for GOAT format. Go ahead on their Facebook as well. Check them out. Fabulous prizes, and top finishes will earn an invite to the GOAT Format World Championships again in October for that beautiful belt that you've been seeing on your screen all day, as well as tons of other fabulous prizes. Again, my name is Mascus. I am beat, to tell you the truth, but I had a lot of fun covering the tournament here. I can't wait to be back to doing it again. And, yeah, good night, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. I'm signing off for the night. Hope you guys have a good one. Have a good rest of the day. And as always, stay safe.